right now, your mind is probably doing that thing again, spinning through tomorrow's problems, replaying today's mistakes, or just refusing to let you rest even though your body is exhausted. You've tried everything to quiet the noise, counting sheep, deep breathing, even those apps that promise instant calm, but here you are, still awake, still searching. If it feels right for you, let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there. Knowing we're sharing this restless moment across the world somehow makes it feel less lonely. Maybe grab that soft blanket, adjust your pillow, or just let yourself sink a little deeper wherever you are. Here's what nobody tells you about that racing mind of yours. It's not broken, and you're not doing anything wrong. You've been taught that trust means controlling every outcome, that safety comes from having all the answers, that peace is something you earn by perfecting your life. But what if I told you that the very thing you've been fighting, this uncertainty, this not knowing, is actually the doorway to the deepest rest you've ever experienced? For over 2,000 years, Buddhist wisdom has whispered a secret that changes everything. The universe isn't your enemy testing your strength. It's your teacher showing you the way home to yourself. That tightness in your chest when plans fall apart? That panic when you can't control the outcome? That's not a sign you're failing. That's your soul asking you to remember something ancient and true. Tonight, as these gentle teachings wash over you, something inside will begin to shift. Not because you're forcing it, but because you're finally giving yourself permission to stop forcing altogether. The noise in your mind will grow quieter, not empty, but spacious. Your breathing will deepen, not because you're trying, but because you're finally trusting. This isn't another self-help promise or spiritual theory you have to believe. This is a journey back to what you've always known in your bones, but forgot how to feel, that you are held by something infinitely more reliable than your plans, infinitely more loving than your fears. You don't need to be Buddhist, spiritual, or even believe any of this for it to work. You just need to be willing to listen as we explore the simple truth that surrender isn't giving up. It's the beginning of real strength. Are you ready to remember what your soul already knows? Let's begin this gentle return home, one breath, one story, one moment of letting go at a time. There's a story that's been whispered in Buddhist monasteries for centuries about a monk who lost everything in a single night. Thieves came while he slept, taking his few possessions, his small savings, even the outer robe that protected him from the cold mountain air. As they were leaving, this monk did something that changed the thieves' lives forever. He called out gently, "Wait, friend, you forgot something." The confused thief turned back, expecting to be told about some hidden treasure he'd missed. Instead, the monk pointed to the full moon rising over the mountains. "You forgot the gift of moonlight," he said with such genuine kindness that the thief stood frozen, unable to understand how someone who had just lost everything could offer a gift to the one who took it. Something profound had awakened in this monk. He'd discovered what Buddhism calls true surrender. Not the collapse of defeat, but the strength that comes from releasing what was never truly yours to begin with. He understood something most of us spend our lives learning, that what can be taken was never your real treasure, and what cannot be taken is where your actual power lives. But let's be honest about what surrender really means, because the word itself probably makes something inside you tighten up. We've been taught that surrender equals weakness, that letting go means giving up, that if you're not fighting for control, you're just letting life walk all over you. This misunderstanding keeps us trapped in an exhausting cycle of pushing against reality, trying to force outcomes, gripping so tightly to what we want that we can't enjoy what we have. Buddhist wisdom reveals something revolutionary. There's a profound difference between surrender and resignation. Resignation happens when you stop trying because you believe nothing will ever change. It's heavy, hopeless, disconnected. You shrink away from life and disappear into numbness. Surrender, however, is alive, aware, fully present. It sees clearly, acknowledging the pain, the uncertainty, the fear, and still chooses to let go of control because it trusts something deeper than the surface of events. The Buddha taught that craving is the root of suffering, but this doesn't mean wanting something. He was pointing to the mental tightness, the desperate grasping, the "it must be this way or I'll fall apart" energy that burns us out from the inside. Surrender doesn't mean releasing your desires. It means releasing the desperate need for life to meet your expectations exactly as you've imagined them. Think about the last time you were really fighting to control something, maybe a relationship, a job situation, or just trying to make your mind stop worrying. Notice how that fighting felt in your body. The tension in your shoulders, the tightness in your chest, the way your breathing became shallow. Your body was telling you something your mind didn't want to hear, that this kind of effortful control actually creates more of what you're trying to escape. Now imagine what it would feel like to soften that grip just a little. Not giving up on what matters to you, but releasing the white-knuckle hold on how it has to happen. This is what mindfulness truly offers, not the ability to control your thoughts and feelings, but the capacity to witness them without being carried away by them. Buddhist teacher Thich Nhat Hanh often used the image of sitting by a river, watching the current flow. You don't try to stop the water or jump in to swim upstream. You stay grounded on the shore, present and aware, letting the river be a river. Practicing this kind of presence with your inner experience transforms everything. You stop needing to bend life into your preferred shape. A subtle shift begins, a sense that even when things are uncertain, you're not lost, and even when things are painful, you're not broken. This doesn't mean you stop taking action or become passive about your life. Buddhism never teaches us to just sit and wait for miracles. It teaches us to act without clinging to outcomes, to give your full heart to something and still be able to let it go. Speaking your truth without needing to be understood in exactly the way you hoped becomes possible. Loving deeply without needing that love returned in a specific form becomes natural. Working toward your goals without being owned by whether you achieve them becomes freedom. Our modern minds struggle with this because we've been trained to believe that control equals safety. But Buddhist wisdom gently exposes this illusion. Control is temporary, fragile, and it cracks under pressure. True safety comes from accepting the impermanence of everything and choosing to meet it with calm awareness instead of resistance. There's another story about a Zen master whose prized teacup, a family heirloom passed down through generations, slipped from his hands during a ceremony and shattered on the stone floor. Without hesitation or apparent distress, he continued serving tea as if nothing had happened. Later, when a student asked if he hadn't been attached to something so precious, the master smiled and said, "I loved that cup completely, but I loved it as something that was already broken. Everything is already broken, we just don't know when." Loving things as they really are, impermanent and fragile, allows you to love them fully without the fear of losing them. This is the wisdom of surrender, not loving less, but loving more skillfully. Not caring less, but caring without the desperate clinging that turns love into suffering. Understanding that everything changes allows you to be fully present with what you love, because you're not spending your energy trying to make it permanent. Sometimes surrender looks like stopping, like resting, like choosing not to chase what keeps wounding you. Other times, surrender is fierce. It's standing your ground without needing to win. It's walking away from something not because you've lost hope, but because your soul is no longer willing to bargain for peace. Surrender is not the same as giving up. It's giving up the struggle while still walking your path. The practice begins with small moments throughout your day. Stuck in traffic, instead of fighting the reality of being late, you can practice surrendering to this moment of waiting. Someone doesn't respond to your text the way you hoped. Instead of creating stories about what it means, you can practice letting go of controlling their response. Your mind starts spinning with worry about tomorrow. Instead of trying to solve problems that don't exist yet, you can practice returning to the only moment where you actually have any power, right now. Each time you choose surrender over struggle, even in these small ways, you're rewiring your nervous system. Your body learns that it's safe to let go. Your heart discovers that it's okay to not have all the answers. Your mind finds that it can stop fighting and start flowing. This isn't about becoming passive or indifferent. It's about becoming responsive instead of reactive. Buddhist mindfulness teaches us that we are not our thoughts or emotions. We are the awareness that observes them. Anger arises, but you are not the anger. You are the space in which anger appears and passes away. Fear comes up, but you are not the fear. You are the unchanging awareness that can hold fear with compassion until it transforms. This understanding changes everything because it means you're not at the mercy of whatever arises in your experience. The Buddha spoke of this awareness as being like space itself, vast, open, unaffected by whatever moves through it. Clouds can fill the sky, storms can rage, but the sky remains unchanged. Your thoughts and emotions are like weather patterns moving through the sky of your awareness, temporary, ever-changing, but not threatening to the essential spaciousness that you are. Resting in this understanding makes surrender natural. You stop trying to control the weather of your inner life and start trusting the sky that holds it all. The ancient teachings call this the peace that surpasses understanding, not because you've figured everything out, but because you've stopped needing to figure everything out in order to be okay. This peace isn't dependent on your circumstances being perfect or your mind being quiet. It's the peace that's always been here, underneath the surface activity of thoughts and emotions, waiting for you to stop looking elsewhere long enough to notice it. It's the peace that remains when you surrender the exhausting job of trying to be the CEO of the universe, and remember that you can trust the intelligence that's been beating your heart and growing your hair without your conscious effort. There's a beautiful teaching in Zen about beginner's mind, approaching each moment with fresh eyes, without the burden of needing to know everything. This attitude transforms your relationship to uncertainty. Instead of seeing not knowing as a problem to solve, you begin to see it as space for wisdom to emerge. Instead of fearing the unknown, you start to trust that your next step will become clear when you need it to. Buddhist practice often uses the metaphor of training a puppy. You don't get angry at the puppy for wandering off. You gently guide it back to where you want it to be. The same patience and kindness applies to training your mind. Your attention will wander into worry, regret, or attempts to control. This is normal, not a failure. Simply notice where your mind has gone and gently guide it back to the present moment. This gentle returning is the essence of mindfulness practice. What makes this practice transformative is that you're not trying to fix yourself or reach some perfect state. You're simply learning to be present with whatever arises, without adding the extra layer of resistance that turns pain into suffering. The original pain might still be there, but the suffering around it begins to dissolve. Consider how a tree moves in the wind. It bends but doesn't break. It yields but doesn't fall. The tree's flexibility is its strength, not its weakness. Learning to be flexible like this in your inner life allows you to weather any storm without losing your essential stability. As you rest into this understanding, you begin to feel something profound. You are held by something infinitely more reliable than your ability to control outcomes. You start to trust not in your capacity to make everything go right, but in your capacity to meet whatever arises with presence and wisdom. This is the beginning of real strength, the kind that doesn't need to prove itself, the kind that can be gentle because it's genuinely unafraid. The ancient Buddhist texts speak of this as taking refuge, not in external things that can be taken away, but in the three jewels that no circumstance can touch. The Buddha nature within you, the Dharma or teachings that guide you, and the Sangha or community of all beings walking this path with you. These refuges are always available, always present, always offering the peace that comes from remembering what's truly reliable. Tonight, as you let these words wash over you, notice if you can soften just a little around whatever you've been trying to control. Not by forcing relaxation, but by simply remembering that the river knows how to flow, the earth knows how to turn, and your heart knows how to rest when you finally give it permission to stop carrying what was never yours to carry in the first place. This is surrender, not giving up, but giving in to the deeper wisdom that's always been guiding you home. Rest in this understanding and let the night teach you what the day forgot, that peace isn't something you achieve, but something you remember. Deep in the Himalayan mountains, there lived a monk who discovered something that changed how he understood every moment of his life. For years, he had thought of karma as a cosmic scoreboard. Do good, get good. Do bad, suffer the consequences. But one morning, while sweeping the courtyard, he noticed how each movement of his broom created ripples in the fallen leaves. Some leaves scattered immediately, others drifted slowly, and still others remained perfectly still. In that simple moment, he realized karma wasn't about punishment or reward, it was about conversation. Every thought, word, and action creates ripples in the fabric of existence. These ripples don't disappear into nothingness. They echo back, creating the conditions you'll encounter tomorrow, next week, or sometimes years from now. Imagine dropping a stone into a perfectly still pond and watching the circles expand outward, touching everything in their path. Karma works like this, an ongoing dialogue between your inner world and the outer circumstances that arise to meet you. He treated me badly, so karma will get him back. Good things happen to good people. Sound familiar? While there's some truth in these ideas, they miss the profound subtlety of how karma actually works. No cosmic accountant sits somewhere maintaining a divine tally system. Instead, karma flows naturally from how consciousness interacts with reality. Consider this: you speak harshly to someone. What happens inside you in that moment? Your heart closes a little, your body tenses, your mind becomes more reactive. That internal shift, that's karma in action, happening immediately. The other person might not even respond negatively, but you've already changed the quality of your own experience. Now irritation comes more easily, impatience feels more familiar, connection seems more distant. Volition, the intention behind your actions, this is where karma begins, according to ancient wisdom. Two people perform identical actions with completely different karmic consequences. Picture someone giving money to a homeless person. One gives from genuine compassion, wanting to help. Another gives from guilt or to appear generous. Externally, the actions look identical. Internally, the experiences and karmic imprints are entirely different. How does this transform your daily interactions? Rather than focusing only on what you do, attention shifts to the quality of mind from which you're acting. Speaking from patience or irritation, listening from curiosity or judgment, helping from love or obligation. The universe responds not to your performance, but to the authenticity behind it. 3 doors allow karma to flow: body, speech, and mind. Physical actions create one kind of karmic imprint: how you move through the world, treat your body, interact with others physically. Speech creates another layer, not just words but tone, timing, the silence you choose to hold or break. Mind creates the deepest impressions, thoughts you feed, emotions you cultivate, attention you give to different aspects of experience. Ordinary life becomes extraordinary when you see karma always working. Not just in dramatic moments, but in the subtle texture of everyday existence. Breathing patterns when frustrated, that's body karma. Word choices when someone disappoints you, speech karma. Thoughts your mind returns to during quiet moments, mind karma. Each moment offers countless opportunities to plant seeds of wisdom or reactivity. Here's what makes this teaching so practical. No waiting required to see results of skillful action. Choose patience over irritation. You immediately experience the spaciousness that patience brings. Speak truthfully instead of saying what someone wants to hear. You immediately feel the relief of authenticity. Offer genuine kindness. You immediately touch the warmth of your own heart. Real-time karma, the immediate feedback loop between intention and experience. But karma also unfolds across longer periods, creating patterns and conditions that emerge over time. Some karmic seeds ripen quickly, like flowers blooming in spring. Others lie dormant until the right conditions appear, like seeds waiting through winter. This explains why someone might act kindly, yet face difficulties, or act harmfully, yet seem to prosper. Karmic ripening follows its own timing, often invisible to our limited perspective. A farmer plants 2 seeds in his garden. One sprouts immediately, grows into a small flower that blooms and dies within weeks. The other shows no sign of life for months, then eventually grows into a mighty tree providing shade and fruit for decades. Both received the same care, but their timing and expression differed completely. Karma follows similar patterns. Some actions bring immediate results. Others contribute to long-term changes that shape life in ways you might not even notice. Humility and hope both arise from understanding karma properly. Humility because current circumstances aren't just random bad luck or personal failure. They connect to countless previous actions, thoughts, and intentions, many forgotten. Hope because current choices constantly create new possibilities. The past doesn't trap you, it empowers you to shape the future. Nothing fatalistic about karma. This might be its most liberating aspect. Even difficult conditions created through past actions can be transformed. Every moment offers fresh opportunity to plant different seeds, respond with wisdom instead of reactivity, choose love over fear. Purifying karma means not erasing the past, but transforming your relationship to it and your response to its consequences. Awareness, not trying to balance some cosmic scale, purifies karma. Clear seeing of the connection between actions and consequences naturally leads to more skillful choices. Like touching a hot stove, once you understand the relationship between touching and burning, willpower becomes unnecessary. Clear seeing leads to wise response. Mindfulness becomes essential because it allows you to catch yourself in the moment of choosing. That pause between impulse and action, precious space where you can notice the quality of your intention before speaking or acting. In that pause, what seeds am I planting with this choice? What kind of world am I creating with this response? What qualities am I strengthening through this action? Individual choices ripple into collective patterns. Personal healing contributes to family healing, community healing, world healing. Transform anger into understanding. You're not just changing your own experience. More understanding enters collective human consciousness. Choose peace over reactivity. Others find that same peace more easily. Personal spiritual practice is never just personal, always a contribution to the whole. Picture karma as a river that's always flowing. Stopping the river is impossible, but skillful navigation can be learned. Undoing every past action is impossible, but changing how you respond to consequences is always available. Controlling exactly when or how positive choices bear fruit is impossible, but trusting that they will, that's how the universe works. A student once asked his teacher, "If I start practicing kindness today, how long will it take to see results? How long does it take for the sun to shine?" The teacher replied. The student looked confused, so the teacher explained, "The sun is always shining. Sometimes clouds hide it, but the light never stops." Kindness works the same way. The moment you choose kindness, it's already working, already shining, already changing you and the world around you. Results might not always appear immediately, but the light is always there. Difficulty in life takes on new meaning with this understanding. Instead of, "Why is this happening to me?" try, "What is this situation teaching me?" Rather than feeling victimized by challenging circumstances, recognize them as opportunities to practice wisdom, patience, or compassion. This doesn't mean passivity or accepting harm. It means engaging with difficulty from understanding rather than reactivity. Profound interconnectedness reveals itself through karma. Actions don't just affect you. They ripple through the web of relationships, connecting all beings. Patience practiced with one person makes you more patient with everyone you meet. Gratitude cultivated in one situation increases your capacity to appreciate all of life. Wisdom developed through one challenge becomes available for all future challenges. Reflect on this beautiful truth. Your current well-being depends on countless beings. Farmers who grew your food, workers who built your home, ancestors who preserved the wisdom you're receiving now. Recognition like this naturally gives rise to a desire to contribute positively to the web of existence. Plant seeds that will support others' well-being just as you've been supported. Deeper understanding reveals your entire life as a conversation with the universe. Every moment offers a chance to speak with kindness, listen with wisdom, respond with love. The universe is always listening, always responding, always offering exactly what you need to grow. Sometimes blessings arrive, sometimes challenges appear, but always in service of your awakening. Even in sleep, even in dreams, even in quiet moments when nothing seems to happen, the dialogue continues. Intentions you hold, peace you cultivate, love you embody, these constantly create ripples in reality's fabric. Your very presence becomes a positive force, not because you're trying to be good, but because you're aligned with wisdom and compassion's natural flow. Sleep itself becomes part of this sacred conversation. The quality of mind you bring to rest, the intentions you release into the night, the peace you offer to the world through your presence, all of this matters. Dreams carry the energy of your daily choices, and morning brings fresh opportunities to plant new seeds. Ancient texts speak of merit, the positive energy accumulated through skillful actions. But merit isn't a spiritual bank account. It's the natural result of living in harmony with how things actually work. Act with wisdom, and wisdom grows stronger in you. Respond with compassion, and compassion becomes more natural. Choose understanding over judgment, and understanding becomes your default response. Forgiveness takes on new meaning in this context. Not because someone deserves it, or because it's the right thing to do, but because holding resentment only strengthens the patterns of anger and separation in your own consciousness. Forgiveness becomes a gift you give yourself, freeing your energy to create positive karma instead of recycling negative patterns. What about those times when you act skillfully, but things still go wrong? Or when you make mistakes, but life seems to flow smoothly? Remember the farmer's two seeds. Timing in karmic ripening often defies immediate logic. Trust the process even when results aren't immediately visible. Your sincere efforts are never wasted, even if their effects unfold in ways you don't expect. Tonight, as you rest in this understanding, consider what conversation you want to have with the universe. What seeds do you want to plant with your thoughts as you drift towards sleep? What intentions do you want to carry into tomorrow? Trust that the universe is always listening, always responding, always supporting your journey toward greater wisdom and love. Karma is not your burden to carry, it's your power to wield wisely. Rest in this truth, and let your sleep itself become a gift to the world. What if everything you've ever been afraid of losing was never actually solid to begin with? This question lies at the heart of one of Buddhism's most profound and liberating teachings, the understanding of emptiness, or what the ancient texts call shunyata. Emptiness doesn't mean nothingness, absence, or a dark void that swallows everything meaningful. It points to something far more beautiful and freeing, the spacious, open, interdependent nature of all existence. Picture a wave on the ocean. The wave appears distinct, separate, with its own shape and movement. Yet try to find where the wave ends and the ocean begins. Impossible, isn't it? The wave is ocean, expressing itself as waveness, but it never stops being ocean. Similarly, nothing in your experience exists as a completely separate, independent entity. Everything arises from the vast web of interconnectedness, temporarily takes form, then dissolves back into the whole. A master once held up a flower before his students. "Tell me," he said, "is this flower empty or full?" The students debated for hours. Some argued it was full of color, fragrance, beauty, life force. Others insisted it was empty, destined to wither, lacking permanent essence, constantly changing. Finally, one student approached the flower, breathed in its fragrance deeply, smiled, and sat back down in silence. The master nodded. This student understood that emptiness and fullness are not opposites, but two ways of seeing the same truth. Emptiness reveals itself when you look closely at anything, your thoughts, emotions, relationships, even your sense of self. Take a thought that's been troubling you lately. Where did it come from? What conditions gave rise to it? Your past experiences, current circumstances, the book you read last week, the conversation you had yesterday, countless influences contributed to that thought's appearance. The thought didn't arise independently. It emerged from a web of causes and conditions. Now watch what happens to that thought. Does it stay exactly the same, or does it shift, change, evolve? Thoughts flow like water, constantly moving, never fixed in one form. Try to grasp a thought and hold it perfectly still. You'll discover it's like trying to catch air with your hands. This flowing, ungraspable quality isn't a flaw in the system. It's the very nature of reality itself, empty of fixed existence, full of creative possibility. Ancient Buddhist texts describe this as dependent origination, the understanding that nothing arises on its own. Everything depends on everything else. Your current mood depends on your sleep, your health, your relationships, the weather, the news you heard, the memories that surfaced, the dreams you had. None of these factors alone created your mood, and none of them will last forever in their current form. This interdependence extends infinitely. Your mood affects your family, which affects their interactions, which ripples out in ways you'll never fully know. Understanding emptiness doesn't make you feel small or meaningless. Quite the opposite. When you realize that nothing has fixed, unchangeable existence, you also realize that everything is workable. Your anxiety isn't a permanent feature of who you are. It's a temporary pattern arising from conditions that can change. Your relationship difficulties aren't evidence of fundamental incompatibility. They're expressions of conditions that can be addressed with wisdom and care. Depression, anger, confusion, even these seemingly solid experiences are empty of permanent existence and therefore open to transformation. Consider how you experience your own identity. Who are you? Are you your job, your relationships, your beliefs, your history? Notice how each of these aspects has changed over time. The career you thought would define you, the relationship you couldn't imagine living without, the belief you were certain would never change. All of these have shifted, evolved, or been replaced entirely. Yet something continuous remains, the awareness that has witnessed all these changes. This awareness itself is empty in the most beautiful way. It has no color, no shape, no beginning or end. It doesn't belong to any particular thought or feeling. Like space itself, it accommodates everything without being defined by anything. Joyful thoughts arise in it, sorrowful feelings pass through it, but the awareness remains unchanging, not because it's rigid, but because it's completely open. Zen masters often point to this awareness with unusual methods. One master asked his student, "Show me your mind." The student replied, "But I can't find it anywhere." "Then I have put your mind at rest," the master said with a smile. The student had been searching for mind as if it were an object to be located, but mind is more like the sky, always present, never findable as a thing. This understanding transforms how you relate to difficult emotions. Sadness, fear, anger, these experiences feel so solid when you're in the middle of them. They seem to define you, to prove something permanent about your character or circumstances. But when you recognize their empty nature, something shifts. Sadness is still sad, but it's no longer your sadness in a possessive sense. It's sadness, arising in the space of awareness, temporary like weather passing through the sky. A student once complained to her teacher, "My anger is so strong, it feels like it will never go away." The teacher handed her a glass of water with red dye mixed in. "Drink this," he said. She refused, saying it looked unappetizing. Then he began pouring clear water into the glass. Slowly, the red color became lighter and lighter until the water was completely clear again. "Your awareness is like this clear water," the teacher explained. "Anger is like the red dye. It can color your experience temporarily, but it never becomes the water itself. Keep pouring in presence, and the clarity naturally returns." Emptiness also reveals the constructed nature of your problems. Most of what you worry about consists of stories rather than immediate reality. The story, "I always mess things up," creates more suffering than any actual mistake. The story, "They don't understand me," hurts more than any moment of miscommunication. Stories feel incredibly real, but they're empty of independent existence. They exist only in the activity of thinking them. This doesn't mean your experiences aren't valid or that pain is just imagination. Pain is real, loss is real, challenges are real. But the stories we build around these experiences, stories about what they mean, how long they'll last, what they say about us, these stories are where much of our suffering actually lives. When you recognize the empty nature of these narratives, you can feel the pain without being crushed by the story about the pain. Buddhist practice offers a gentle way to explore this directly. Sit quietly and notice whatever thoughts arise. Instead of believing them or fighting them, simply observe their coming and going. Watch how they appear from nowhere, exist for a moment, then dissolve back into space. Like clouds forming and dispersing in an empty sky, thoughts have no more substance than vapor. Yet the sky that holds them, your awareness, remains vast and unaffected. Between thoughts, notice the gap. In that space between one thought and the next, what remains? Not nothingness, but an alert, aware presence. This presence doesn't think the thoughts, it witnesses them. It doesn't create emotions, it provides the space where emotions can arise and pass away. This space is what Buddhist teachings point to as your true nature, empty of fixed characteristics, full of infinite potential. Emptiness extends to your relationships as well. Think of someone you love deeply. What do you actually love? Their body, which changes constantly. Their personality, which has evolved since you first met them. Their history, which continues to unfold. The more closely you look, the more you realize you're loving something that has no fixed essence, and somehow, this makes the love more profound, not less. When you love the empty nature of someone, rather than trying to pin them down to fixed characteristics, the relationship becomes more spacious. You stop needing them to be exactly who they were yesterday. You can appreciate who they're becoming today. Conflicts become less threatening because you're not defending rigid positions about who you each are supposed to be. Instead, you're dancing together in the open space of mutual becoming. This same understanding applies to your goals and achievements. Success and failure, gain and loss, these experiences feel intensely real when you're living them. But they too are empty of permanent existence. The promotion you worked so hard for will eventually end or become routine. The failure that feels devastating today will become part of a larger story that leads somewhere unexpected. Recognizing this emptiness doesn't make your efforts meaningless. It frees you to engage fully without being crushed by outcomes. An ancient story tells of two monks walking through a forest. They came upon a rushing river where a young woman stood, afraid to cross. One monk immediately picked her up, carried her safely across, then set her down and continued walking. Hours later, the other monk could no longer contain himself. "How could you touch that woman? We've taken vows." The first monk replied gently, "Brother, I set her down by the river hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" The second monk was carrying something that existed only in his mind, a story about what had happened and what it meant. The story felt completely real to him, but it was empty of actual substance. He was suffering not from reality, but from his thoughts about reality. Most of our burdens are like this, mental constructions we carry long after the original situation has passed. Recognizing emptiness brings tremendous freedom in daily life. Traffic jams lose their power to ruin your day when you see them as temporary conditions rather than personal affronts. Criticism stings less when you recognize it as someone else's story, rather than absolute truth about who you are. Even praise becomes easier to handle when you don't grasp it as proof of permanent worth. Everything becomes workable because nothing is frozen in place. But perhaps the most liberating aspect of understanding emptiness is how it transforms your relationship with change itself. Change stops being the enemy you resist and becomes the natural expression of life's creative intelligence. Seasons don't apologize for transitioning from summer to fall. Rivers don't resist flowing toward the sea. Children don't try to remain children forever. When you align with the empty, flowing nature of reality, you find yourself moving with life rather than against it. This doesn't mean becoming passive or indifferent. Quite the opposite. When you're not wasting energy trying to make things permanent that were never meant to last, you have more energy available for creative response. When you're not defending fixed positions, you can adapt to new circumstances with grace. When you're not clinging to outcomes, you can give your full effort to the process. Tibetan Buddhism uses the image of a rainbow to illustrate emptiness. A rainbow appears vivid and beautiful in the sky, but try to touch it and you'll find nothing solid there. The rainbow exists, but not in the way you might initially think. It's a display of light interacting with water droplets under specific conditions, entirely dependent on circumstances, lacking independent existence, yet undeniably present and beautiful. Your entire experience is like this rainbow, vivid, meaningful, and empty of solid substance, all at once. As you deepen into this understanding, a profound trust begins to emerge. Not trust that everything will go according to your plans, but trust in the process itself. Trust that the same intelligence that transforms caterpillars into butterflies and seasons into seasons is also working in your life. Trust that even difficult experiences are expressions of this larger unfolding, opportunities for growth that wouldn't be possible without the empty, workable nature of existence. Tonight, as you rest in this spacious understanding, let yourself feel the relief that comes from not having to hold everything together. Your thoughts don't need to be perfect. They're empty of permanent existence anyway. Your emotions don't need to be controlled. They're temporary weather patterns in the sky of awareness. Your life doesn't need to be figured out completely. It's an ongoing creative expression that's still unfolding. Rest in the space between thoughts, the pause between breaths, the stillness that holds all movement. This space isn't empty of value, it's empty of limitation. It's the pregnant emptiness from which all possibilities arise, the open awareness in which all experiences are held with equal compassion. Let this understanding seep into your bones as you prepare for sleep. Tomorrow's worries are empty of fixed existence. Yesterday's regrets are stories dissolving in the space of now. What remains is this moment, this breath, this awareness that has never been born and will never die. You are not a solid thing moving through empty space. You are empty space in which all things arise and pass away. Rest in this vast, loving emptiness, and let it teach you what you've always known but temporarily forgot, that you are already free. Nothing in your life happened in isolation. That thought troubling you right now didn't appear from nowhere. It arose from your morning conversation, yesterday's news, a memory triggered by a scent, the quality of light coming through your window. The Buddha called this dependent origination, the recognition that everything arises in dependence upon everything else. No single cause creates any effect, and no effect stands alone without countless contributing conditions. Imagine trying to bake bread with only flour. Impossible, right? Bread depends on flour, yes, but also on water, yeast, salt, heat, time, the baker's hands, the oven, the grain that grew in fields tended by farmers under sunlight and rain. Remove any of these conditions, and bread cannot arise. Your current experience works exactly this way. It's the result of an infinite web of interdependent causes and conditions, stretching back through time and space. A monastery student once complained to his teacher about feeling overwhelming anxiety. "This anxiety just comes out of nowhere and ruins everything," he said. The teacher picked up a handful of pebbles and tossed them into the monastery pond. Ripples spread outward in overlapping circles, each ring intersecting with others in complex patterns. "Point to the ripple that exists independently," the teacher said. The student stared at the water, realizing that every ripple influenced and was influenced by every other ripple. Your anxiety is like these ripples, the teacher continued. It arises from many conditions meeting together: your sleep, your thoughts, your body chemistry, your memories, your fears about the future. Understanding this gives you power to work with the conditions rather than fighting the ripples. This understanding revolutionizes how you approach emotional difficulties. Depression doesn't just happen to you like weather. It arises from conditions. Some conditions you can influence: sleep patterns, exercise, nutrition, the thoughts you feed, the media you consume, the relationships you invest in. Other conditions lie beyond your immediate control: genetics, past trauma, cultural pressures, economic circumstances. But recognizing depression as dependently originated means it's not a permanent feature of who you are. It's a temporary pattern that can shift as conditions change. Consider how your mood changes throughout a single day. Morning optimism might give way to afternoon frustration, then evening contentment. What changed? Blood sugar levels, interactions with others, the weather, news you heard, tasks you completed or struggled with, memories that surfaced. Each mood depends on multiple conditions converging in that moment. None of these moods represents your true self, any more than one frame represents an entire movie. Relationships become clearer through this lens. That argument with your partner didn't arise from a single comment or action. It emerged from accumulated stress, unspoken needs, different communication styles, past hurts, current pressures, perhaps even hunger or fatigue. Seeing arguments as dependently originated removes the need to find one person to blame. Instead, you can examine the conditions that led to conflict and work together to create different conditions next time. A couple came to a wise counselor, each convinced the other was entirely at fault for their constant fighting. The counselor handed them a tangled ball of yarn. "Find the beginning of this tangle," she said. They pulled and searched but couldn't locate where the tangle started. Relationship problems are like this, the counselor explained. There's no single beginning, no one person responsible. But you can work together to gently untangle what's here now, one strand at a time. Understanding dependent origination also transforms how you view success and failure. That promotion you earned didn't result solely from your hard work. It depended on your education, your health, your family support, your teachers, economic conditions, your colleagues' choices, countless factors beyond your control. This doesn't diminish your effort, it places it in context. Similarly, setbacks and failures arise from complex conditions, not personal inadequacy. This perspective brings both humility about success and compassion toward failure. Your thoughts themselves demonstrate dependent origination beautifully. Right now, notice whatever thought appears in your mind. Where did it come from? It might connect to something you heard earlier, something you're planning, a worry that's been cycling, a memory triggered by these words. The thought didn't arise independently. It emerged from the meeting of multiple conditions in your consciousness. Recognizing this helps you stop taking every thought so personally or seriously. Addictive patterns reveal dependent origination clearly. Whether it's reaching for your phone, eating when not hungry, or falling into worry spirals, these behaviors arise from conditions. Boredom, anxiety, habit, environmental triggers, biochemical factors, social conditioning, multiple streams converge to create the impulse. Understanding this removes shame and opens practical pathways for change. Instead of fighting the urge directly, you can work with the conditions that give rise to it. Ancient Buddhist texts describe this as the 12 links of dependent origination, a detailed map of how suffering perpetuates itself through interconnected conditions. Ignorance leads to mental formations, which lead to consciousness, name and form, sense contacts, feelings, craving, clinging, becoming, birth, aging, and death. While this might sound abstract, it describes something you experience constantly. Misunderstanding a situation leads to reactive thoughts, which create emotional responses, which trigger cravings for things to be different, which lead to grasping attempts to control, which create more suffering. Breaking this cycle doesn't require perfect understanding of all 12 links. Awareness at any point in the chain can interrupt the automatic progression. Notice ignorance turning into reactivity. Pause. Catch craving before it becomes grasping. Breathe. Recognize the difference between feeling and the story about feeling. Step back. Each moment of awareness weakens the habitual patterns and creates space for wisdom to emerge. Environmental conditions powerfully influence consciousness. Cluttered spaces contribute to mental clutter. Natural settings promote inner calm. Harsh lighting affects mood differently than soft lighting. The books you read, music you listen to, people you spend time with, all of these condition your state of mind in subtle but significant ways. Mindful attention to your environment becomes a form of spiritual practice. Physical health and mental states interconnect through dependent origination. Poor sleep affects emotional regulation, which influences food choices, which impacts energy levels, which affects exercise habits, which influences sleep quality. Instead of viewing physical and mental health as separate domains, you can work with their interdependent relationship. Improving one aspect naturally supports the others. Social conditioning runs deeper than most people realize. Your beliefs about success, relationships, happiness, and even spirituality arose from countless influences, family patterns, cultural messages, educational experiences, media consumption, peer interactions. These conditioned beliefs feel like yours, but they're actually the result of dependent origination. Recognizing this creates freedom to question inherited assumptions and choose consciously which beliefs serve your well-being. A meditation teacher noticed her students struggling with persistent self-criticism. "Where did you learn to speak to yourself this way?" she asked gently. The student paused, then realized the voice in her head sounded remarkably like her elementary school teacher, who frequently shamed students for mistakes. "That voice isn't yours," the the teacher observed. It's a conditioned pattern you absorbed long ago. Now that you see its origin, you can choose a different response. Economic and political conditions shape individual consciousness in ways we rarely acknowledge. Financial stress creates mental stress, which affects relationships, which influences children's development, which shapes the next generation's worldview. Understanding these larger patterns prevents taking personal responsibility for everything while maintaining accountability for your individual choices within the conditions you face. Generational patterns demonstrate dependent origination across time. Trauma, wisdom, habits, and beliefs pass from parents to children through countless subtle mechanisms. You might find yourself reacting to situations in ways that mirror or rebel against family patterns without conscious awareness. Recognizing these inherited tendencies creates opportunities for conscious choice rather than unconscious repetition. Technology creates new forms of dependent origination in modern life. Notifications, sounds trigger attention patterns, which affect concentration, which influences productivity, which impacts self-worth, which shapes mood, which affects relationships. Social media feeds condition comparison habits, which generate inadequacy feelings, which fuel more scrolling behavior. Awareness of these digital conditioning patterns empowers more conscious engagement with technology. Positive spirals work through dependent origination too. Gratitude practice shifts attention patterns, which improves mood, which enhances relationships, which increases life satisfaction, which makes gratitude feel more natural. Exercise improves physical health, which boosts mental clarity, which supports better decisions, which creates more positive outcomes, which motivates continued exercise. Understanding these upward spirals helps you invest energy where it will compound most beneficially. Seasonal changes offer beautiful examples of dependent origination in nature. Shorter days trigger hormonal changes in animals, which affect migration patterns, which influence plant pollination, which impacts fruit production, which affects human and animal nutrition. Your own seasonal moods connect to light exposure, vitamin D levels, activity patterns, food availability, cultural associations, and countless other factors. Working with natural rhythms rather than fighting them honors dependent origination. Creative expression emerges through dependent origination. That poem, painting, or song doesn't spring from individual genius alone. It arises from your life experiences, cultural influences, technical training, emotional states, physical health, available materials, supportive relationships, and the mysterious spark that connects all these conditions in a particular moment. Recognizing this web of influences brings humility to creative achievements and compassion for creative blocks. Healing happens through dependent origination. Physical recovery depends on medical treatment, rest, nutrition, emotional support, hope, and countless other factors working together. Emotional healing similarly requires multiple supportive conditions: safety, understanding, time, practices, relationships, often professional guidance. No single intervention creates transformation. Healing emerges from the gradual alignment of supportive conditions. Global interconnection becomes obvious through this lens. Your morning coffee connects you to farmers in distant countries, weather patterns affecting their crops, international trade relationships, local economics, transportation systems. The device you're using to listen to this contains materials mined from multiple continents, assembled by workers whose lives you'll never know, but whose labor touches your daily experience. Every breath you take has been breathed by countless other beings throughout history. This understanding cultivates what Buddhist teachings call interdependence awareness, the lived recognition that your well-being and everyone else's are intimately connected. Helping others becomes a natural expression of understanding rather than moral obligation. Environmental care flows from recognizing yourself as part of nature's web rather than separate from it. Compassion emerges spontaneously when you see clearly that there are no truly independent problems or independent people. As you rest into sleep tonight, feel how your peace contributes to the peace of the whole. Your relaxation creates conditions for those around you to relax. Your trust in life's interconnected wisdom strengthens the web of trust that holds all beings. Even your sleep is not separate from the larger rhythms of rest and renewal that move through all existence. Let this understanding settle into your bones. You are not an isolated individual struggling alone against an indifferent universe. You are an intimate part of life itself, arising from and contributing to the vast web of interdependent existence. Rest in this belonging and let it teach you what you've always known but sometimes forget, that you are held, supported, and loved by the very fabric of reality itself. Have you ever noticed how the most profound conversations sometimes happen without words? A glance between old friends that says everything, a moment of shared silence that feels more intimate than hours of talking, the peace that settles when you finally stop trying to explain yourself and simply exist with another person. This is the doorway to what Buddhist tradition calls noble silence, not the absence of sound, but the fullness of presence. Noble silence isn't about becoming mute or avoiding communication. It's about discovering the spacious awareness that exists beneath the constant commentary of the mind. Most of us live with an internal radio that never stops broadcasting, analyzing, planning, judging, rehearsing conversations, replaying memories. This mental chatter isn't wrong or bad, but it often drowns out subtler forms of knowing that can only be heard in quietude. A monastery bell rings once each hour, not to mark time passing, but to invite a moment of return. Return to breath, return to presence, return to the silence that's always here underneath the surface noise. In that moment of the bell's resonance, monks pause whatever they're doing and listen, not just to the sound, but to the silence that holds the sound. This practice teaches something profound. Silence isn't empty space waiting to be filled, but alive, aware, pregnant with possibility. Your thoughts arise from silence and dissolve back into silence. Between one thought and the next there's a gap, a moment of natural quiet that most people rush past without noticing. But if you learn to rest in these gaps, even briefly, you discover something remarkable. The silence between thoughts isn't vacant or boring. It's alert, peaceful, naturally intelligent, the source from which all thoughts emerge and to which they return. Try this right now. Notice whatever thought appears in your mind, then wait quietly for the next one. In that space of waiting, what do you find? Not blankness, but a clear, aware presence that doesn't need to think anything to exist. This presence has been with you through every experience of your life, unchanging even as everything else changes. Buddhist teachings point to this silence as your true nature, not the personality that speaks, but the awareness that listens. Noble silence transforms how you relate to others. Instead of listening to respond, you learn to listen to understand. Instead of filling uncomfortable pauses with nervous chatter, you allow space for deeper truths to emerge. People feel this difference immediately. Your silence becomes a gift that invites their authenticity rather than their performance. A therapist once shared how she learned the power of therapeutic silence. Early in her career, she felt compelled to offer solutions, insights, or encouragement whenever clients paused in their sharing. But an experienced supervisor taught her to trust the silence, to let it do its own work. Your clients often know what they need to say, the supervisor explained. They just need space to hear themselves think. The therapist discovered that her most profound sessions often contained long stretches of silence where healing happened without her saying a word. This same principle applies to your relationship with yourself. How often do you give yourself space to simply be without agenda? Most people schedule every moment, fill every silence with stimulation, avoid being alone with their own thoughts. But noble silence requires befriending your inner landscape, becoming comfortable with whatever arises in the quiet. Emotions speak more clearly in silence than in mental noise. That vague anxiety you've been carrying might reveal its message when you stop trying to think your way out of it and simply listen to what it's telling you. The grief you've been avoiding might finally have space to flow when you stop filling every moment with distraction. Joy often emerges spontaneously in silence, not because something wonderful happened, but because you're finally present enough to notice the wonder that's always here. Buddhist meditation teaches that thoughts are like visitors in the house of consciousness. You don't need to entertain every visitor or ask them to leave. You can simply acknowledge their presence and return your attention to the space of the house itself, the awareness that remains constant whether visitors come or go. This shift from identifying with thoughts to resting in the awareness that observes them is one of the most liberating discoveries possible. A student complained to her meditation teacher, "My mind is too busy for silence. I can't stop thinking." The teacher handed her a snow globe and asked her to shake it vigorously. "Now make the snow settle by shaking it more," he said. The student looked puzzled. "That's impossible. The snow settles when I stop shaking." "Exactly," the teacher smiled. "Your thoughts are like the snow. They settle naturally when you stop stirring them with more thinking." Noble silence doesn't require formal meditation, though meditation certainly cultivates it. You can practice silent awareness while walking, eating, listening to music, or even during conversations. It's about bringing a quality of spacious attention to whatever you're experiencing, rather than getting lost in mental commentary about the experience. Walking meditation offers a beautiful introduction to moving silence. Instead of walking to get somewhere, you walk to be present with the act of walking itself. Feel your feet touching the ground. Notice the rhythm of your movement. Let your attention rest in the simple miracle of locomotion. The mind will wander into planning or remembering, but each time you notice this, gently return to the immediate sensations of walking. This is how you train attention to rest in presence rather than getting carried away by mental activity. Eating in silence can transform a routine activity into a profound practice. Taste each bite fully. Notice textures and temperatures. Appreciate the nourishment entering your body. Without the distraction of conversation or entertainment, you discover how much richness exists in simple acts when they receive your complete attention. Many people are amazed to realize they've been eating unconsciously for years, missing the actual experience while thinking about other things. Noble silence also reveals the difference between reaction and response. In the gap between stimulus and action, wisdom has space to emerge. Someone criticizes you. Instead of immediately defending or attacking, silence allows you to feel the initial sting, recognize it as temporary sensation, and choose your response from a calmer place. This pause might last only seconds, but it can transform conflicts into opportunities for understanding. The practice challenges our culture's addiction to noise and stimulation. Background music, constant connectivity, the need to fill every moment with content. These habits keep us disconnected from the subtle guidance that emerges in quiet. Noble silence isn't about rejecting all stimulation, but about choosing consciously when to engage and when to rest in natural awareness. Intuition speaks in whispers, not shouts. The knowing that emerges about which job to take, how to handle a difficult relationship, or what your body needs for healing often comes through quiet inner sensing rather than logical analysis. This intuitive guidance is always present, but it gets drowned out by mental noise. Silence creates the conditions where you can hear these subtle signals clearly. A businessman was facing a major career decision that analysis couldn't resolve. Every logical approach led to different conclusions, and he felt stuck in endless mental loops. Finally, exhausted from thinking, he took a silent walk in nature, without any agenda to figure things out. 20 minutes into the walk, the right choice became obvious, not through reasoning, but through a clear inner knowing that emerged when his mind finally got quiet. He later said it felt like the decision was waiting for him to stop thinking long enough to receive it. Noble silence in relationships requires trust that connection can deepen through shared presence, rather than constant communication. Couples who learn to be silent together often discover intimacy they never found through talking. Friends who can sit quietly without feeling awkward have touched something precious. Even brief moments of silence during conversations allow deeper truths to surface that might never emerge through rapid verbal exchange. Children naturally understand this kind of silence until adults teach them to fill every moment with words. Watch a child absorbed in play, completely present with their activity, not narrating or analyzing, but simply being with their experience. This quality of absorbed presence is what noble silence restores, the capacity to be fully here without the mind's constant commentary. The practice also transforms your relationship with uncomfortable emotions. Instead of immediately trying to fix, escape, or analyze difficult feelings, silence allows you to be present with them without adding extra layers of resistance or story. Fear, sadness, anger, these emotions often transform naturally when met with patient, silent attention rather than mental struggle. The silence doesn't make difficult emotions disappear, but it removes the suffering that comes from fighting with them. Creative inspiration often emerges from silence rather than forced effort. Artists, writers, musicians, and innovators throughout history have described their best ideas arising during quiet moments, while walking, showering, or simply sitting without agenda. The silence allows unconscious processing to complete and fresh perspectives to emerge organically. Buddhist teachings describe different qualities of silence. There's the silence of suppression, where thoughts and feelings are pushed down. There's the silence of indifference, where you've stopped caring. And there's noble silence, alert, compassionate, fully present awareness that includes everything without being disturbed by anything. This noble quality of silence is healing not because it eliminates what's difficult, but because it provides the spacious presence where healing can naturally occur. As you prepare for sleep tonight, experiment with letting go of the need to solve, plan, or figure anything out. Allow your mind to settle like snow in a snow globe that's no longer being shaken. Rest in the silence between thoughts, the pause between breaths, the spacious awareness that's always been here waiting for you to return. This silence isn't empty. It's pregnant with peace, alive with love, naturally intelligent in ways the thinking mind can never comprehend. Let it hold you as you drift towards sleep, trusting that the same silence which holds your dreams will be here when you wake, unchanged and unchanging, your deepest refuge and your truest home. There comes a moment in every spiritual journey when the question shifts from, "How can I find peace?" to, "How can I help others find peace?" This isn't because you've perfected yourself or solved all your problems. It happens because you begin to see clearly that your suffering and everyone else's suffering are not separate streams but currents in the same river. This recognition births what Mahayana Buddhism calls the Bodhisattva path, the commitment to work for the liberation of all beings until everyone is free. The word Bodhisattva literally means awakening being, someone who has glimpsed their true nature but chooses to remain engaged with the world rather than retreating into private bliss. Picture someone who reaches the top of a mountain and, instead of staying there alone enjoying the view, turns back to help others make the climb. This isn't sacrifice or martyrdom. It's the natural expression of understanding that the view only becomes complete when it's shared. A young monk once asked his teacher, "Why should I care about others' suffering when I have so much of my own to heal?" The teacher handed him a candle and led him into a dark room filled with unlit candles. "Light one," the teacher said. As the monk lit a single candle, the teacher asked, "Did your flame become smaller by sharing its light?" The room grew brighter as they lit more candles, each flame giving light without losing any of its own brilliance. Compassion works this way, the teacher explained. Helping others heal doesn't diminish your own healing. It illuminates the path for everyone. The Bodhisattva vow is both simple and profound. Beings are numberless. I vow to save them. Delusions are inexhaustible. I vow to end them. Dharma gates are boundless. I vow to enter them. Buddha's way is unsurpassable. I vow to become it. These aren't impossible promises, but a direction of the heart, an intention to orient your entire life toward the welfare of all beings. This might sound overwhelming at first. How can one person help countless beings? How can you end suffering everywhere when you still struggle with your own? The beauty of the Bodhisattva path is that it begins exactly where you are, with exactly who you encounter, using exactly the capabilities you have right now. Every moment offers opportunities to choose compassion over indifference, understanding over judgment, service over self-centeredness. Compassion in Buddhist understanding isn't pity or emotional overwhelm in the face of others' pain. True compassion is clear-eyed, skillful, and strong. It sees suffering accurately without being crushed by it, responds wisely without being reactive, offers help without creating dependency. A doctor treating a patient with a broken bone feels compassion but doesn't break down crying at the sight of injury. Instead, professional compassion moves efficiently to provide exactly what's needed for healing. The path transforms how you understand your own struggles. Personal difficulties stop being private burdens and become part of your training in understanding universal human experience. Your anxiety teaches you how anxiety works, making you better able to help others navigate fear. Your grief opens your heart to recognize grief in others, allowing you to offer the kind of presence that only comes from having walked through darkness yourself. Every challenge becomes curriculum in the University of Compassion. A hospice worker shared how her own experience with loss transformed her ability to serve dying patients. "Before my mother died, I tried to comfort people with words," she said. "I offered advice and explanations and attempts to make them feel better. After walking through my own grief, I learned to simply be present with whatever they were feeling. My silence became more healing than all my previous words because it came from understanding rather than wanting to fix." The Bodhisattva path reveals an essential truth. Helping others is not separate from helping yourself. When you offer genuine kindness, you experience the warmth of your own heart. When you listen deeply to someone's pain, you develop your own capacity for presence. When you practice patience with difficult people, you strengthen your own inner stability. Service becomes a form of spiritual practice that develops wisdom and compassion simultaneously. This doesn't mean losing yourself in others' needs or becoming a doormat for people to walk on. Skillful compassion includes boundaries, discernment, and sometimes saying no. A bodhisattva learns the difference between helping and enabling, between compassionate firmness and harsh rejection. Sometimes the most compassionate response is allowing someone to experience the natural consequences of their choices, rather than rushing in to rescue them. The practice begins with cultivating loving kindness toward yourself. You cannot offer others something you don't possess. If your inner voice is constantly critical, judgmental, or harsh, this quality will leak into your interactions no matter how good your intentions. Learning to speak to yourself with kindness, to forgive your mistakes, to treat your own struggles with compassion, this becomes the foundation for authentic service to others. Traditional loving-kindness meditation starts with simple phrases: "May I be happy, may I be healthy, may I be at peace, may I live with ease." You repeat these wishes sincerely until you can feel genuine goodwill toward yourself. Then you extend the same wishes to loved ones, neutral people, difficult people, and finally all beings everywhere. This practice literally rewires your neural pathways, making compassion more automatic and genuine care more natural. The ripple effects of this practice are remarkable. When you begin truly wishing for your own well-being, you stop sabotaging yourself through negative thought patterns, poor self-care, or remaining in harmful situations. When you genuinely wish others well, your interactions become less defensive and more open. Conflicts resolve more easily because you're not trying to win but to understand. People feel your sincere goodwill and often respond with their own kindness. Compassion fatigue, the exhaustion that comes from caring too much, usually indicates caring in an unskillful way. When you try to take responsibility for others' feelings or fix problems that aren't yours to fix, caring becomes draining rather than nourishing. The Bodhisattva path teaches compassionate detachment, caring deeply while remaining free from attachment to specific outcomes. You offer your best effort and genuine love, then trust that each person's healing happens in their own way and timing. A social worker who had worked with homeless populations for 20 years explained how she avoided burnout. "Early in my career, I measured success by how many people I could house or how quickly they changed their lives. I took every setback personally and carried everyone's problems home with me. Eventually, I learned that my job was to plant seeds of possibility and trust others to tend their own gardens. Some seeds sprout immediately, others lie dormant for years. Some never grow, but planting them with love is always worthwhile, regardless of the visible results." The path also transforms your understanding of what helps people most. Often it's not advice, solutions, or attempts to fix their problems. More frequently, people need to feel seen, heard, and accepted as they are rather than pressured to be different. Your calm presence during someone's emotional storm can be more healing than any words you might offer. Your refusal to judge their struggles creates safety, where their own healing wisdom can emerge. Bodhisattva compassion extends beyond helping individuals to addressing systemic causes of suffering. Personal healing and social justice become integrated rather than competing priorities. You work on transforming the anger, greed, and ignorance in your own mind, while also working to transform structures that perpetuate these forces in society. Inner peace and outer peace are recognized as inseparable aspects of the same awakening. Environmental care flows naturally from Bodhisattva consciousness. When you recognize all beings as part of your extended family, protecting their habitat becomes as natural as caring for your own home. Climate action, wildlife protection, and sustainable living aren't burdens imposed by moral obligation, but expressions of love for the web of life that sustains everyone. The vow creates what Buddhist teachers call spiritual urgency, not frantic rushing, but clear prioritization of what matters most. Time becomes precious because you see how much suffering exists and how much healing is possible. Petty concerns naturally fall away as your energy redirects toward what serves the greater good. This doesn't make you serious or grim. Often it brings lightness because you're finally living in alignment with your deepest values. Daily life becomes a continuous opportunity for practice. Patience with slow internet becomes training in equanimity. Kindness to a rude cashier becomes compassion practice. Listening to a friend's repeated complaints becomes an exercise in unconditional love. Every interaction offers a chance to strengthen the qualities that serve awakening for yourself and others. The Bodhisattva path includes what's called skillful means, adapting your approach to what each situation requires. Sometimes compassion looks like gentle comfort, other times like fierce truthfulness. Sometimes it means giving someone exactly what they ask for, other times refusing their request because you see a deeper need. This skillfulness develops through practice, mistakes, and continuous attention to what actually helps rather than what feels good to give. A teacher working with troubled teenagers learned this lesson powerfully. "I thought compassion meant being nice and understanding all the time," she reflected. But some of these kids needed firm boundaries and honest feedback about their behavior. When I started caring enough to set limits and tell difficult truths, that's when real breakthroughs began happening. Sometimes the most loving thing you can do is refuse to enable someone's self-destructive patterns. The path requires tremendous courage because it asks you to keep your heart open in a world where suffering is constant and often overwhelming. This isn't naive optimism that pretends everything is fine, but mature wisdom that can face reality fully while maintaining faith in the possibility of transformation. You learn to grieve what's broken while working toward healing, to acknowledge darkness while nurturing light. Ancient texts speak of the Bodhisattva's great vow to return lifetime after lifetime until all beings are liberated. Whether you believe in literal rebirth or not, this vow represents something profound about the scope of genuine compassion. It's not a temporary mood or phase, but a fundamental reorientation of consciousness towards service rather than self-centeredness. This doesn't eliminate personal happiness, but discovers that the deepest happiness comes through contributing to others' welfare. The vow also reveals the ultimate paradox of the spiritual path. The more seriously you take your commitment to serve others, the lighter and more joyful your life becomes. This happens because serving from love aligns you with the natural flow of life rather than swimming against it in pursuit of purely personal goals. You stop wasting energy on petty resentments, competitive comparisons, or endless self-improvement projects. Instead, your energy flows toward what genuinely matters, reducing suffering and increasing well-being wherever possible. Moment by moment, choice by choice, the path unfolds. Each time you choose understanding over judgment, you strengthen compassion for all beings who struggle with confusion. Each time you offer help without expecting anything in return, you weaken the ego patterns that create separation. Each time you find patience with your own imperfections, you develop the gentle firmness needed to guide others toward their own healing. Tonight, as you rest in the intention to serve, feel how this commitment actually lightens your heart rather than burdening it. There's profound relief in discovering that your life has meaning beyond personal satisfaction, that your presence in the world contributes to something infinitely larger than your individual concerns. Let this understanding settle into your bones as you sleep, knowing that tomorrow offers countless opportunities to live this ancient and eternally fresh commitment to universal love. The Bodhisattva path isn't a destination you reach, but a direction you face toward greater compassion, deeper wisdom, and more skillful service to the welfare of all beings. Rest in this direction tonight and wake tomorrow ready to take whatever next steps love makes possible. Close your eyes and imagine holding a single sheet of paper. Now try to remove the cloud from that paper. Impossible, isn't it? Without clouds, there would be no rain. Without rain, no trees could grow. Without trees, no paper could exist. The Vietnamese Zen master Thich Nhat Hanh used this simple example to point toward one of the most profound truths of existence, what he called interbeing. Interbeing means that nothing exists independently. Everything contains everything else. You cannot remove the sunshine from the paper because sunlight fed the trees that became the pulp. You cannot remove the logger, the mill worker, the truck driver, or even the logger's breakfast that gave him energy to cut the tree. That piece of paper contains the entire universe, not metaphorically, but literally. Right now, as you listen to these words, you are breathing air that has circulated through countless lungs before yours. The oxygen entering your bloodstream may have been exhaled by a child playing in a park yesterday, a whale surfacing in the Pacific last month, or a tree growing in a forest you'll never see. Your outbreath will nourish plants that feed animals, that sustain ecosystems, that support communities across the globe. You are not separate from this vast breathing web. You are an intimate participant in it. A grandmother once told her anxious grandson, "You think you're alone, but look at your hand." She traced his palm with her finger. This hand was shaped by your father's genes and your mother's nutrition during pregnancy. It was strengthened by the milk you drank from cows that grazed on grass, that grew in soil enriched by countless generations of decomposed leaves. It learned to write with tools made by people whose names you'll never know. How can you be alone when your very existence depends on so many beings working together? This understanding transforms loneliness from an accurate assessment into a temporary forgetting. When you feel isolated, you're not seeing clearly the vast network of connections that support your existence every moment. The water flowing from your tap connects you to watersheds, treatment plants, pipes maintained by workers, engineers who designed the systems. The food in your refrigerator links you to farmers, soil microorganisms, weather patterns, transportation networks, grocery store employees. You are never actually alone. You're always held by invisible threads of interdependence. Interbeing reveals itself beautifully in families across generations. Your great-grandmother's courage in facing hardship lives on in your capacity to handle difficulty. Her hands that kneaded bread to feed her children share genetic patterns with your hands holding this device. The love songs your grandfather hummed while working echo in musical rhythms that still make your heart light up. You carry forward not just DNA but dreams, hopes, unfinished stories, and healing that your ancestors began but couldn't complete. This continuity flows both backward and forward in time. The kindness you offer a stranger today may inspire them to speak more gently to their child tonight, shaping that child's understanding of how the world works, influencing how they'll treat their own children decades from now. Your great-great-grandchildren will inherit the consequences of choices you make this week, though you'll never meet them and they'll never know your name. Environmental interbeing becomes obvious when you trace any natural process. The morning dew on your garden connects to evaporation from oceans thousands of miles away. That water has flowed through rivers, nourished countless plants and animals, been drunk by dinosaurs and ancient humans, fallen as snow on mountain peaks, and will continue cycling through the biosphere long after your great-grandchildren are gone. You're not observing nature from outside. You're nature observing itself through temporary human form. A marine biologist described her moment of understanding interbeing while scuba diving. I was photographing coral reefs when I suddenly realized that the calcium in my bones came from ancient sea creatures. The salt in my blood matched the ocean's salinity, and the rhythm of my breathing echoed tidal patterns. I wasn't visiting the ocean. I was ocean that had learned to walk on land. The boundary between inside and outside dissolved completely. Cultural interbeing reveals how thoughts and ideas flow between minds across time and space. The language you're thinking in right now evolved through millions of conversations between people who lived and died before you were born. Every word carries traces of all the contexts where it's been used, all the emotions it's expressed, all the understanding it's conveyed. Your personal thoughts arise from this vast collective inheritance of human meaning-making. Music demonstrates interbeing powerfully. A song that moves you contains the musician's life experiences, cultural influences from their community, instrument-making traditions passed down through generations, acoustic principles discovered by ancient mathematicians, and emotional patterns that resonate across human hearts everywhere. When music touches you deeply, you're recognizing yourself in this web of interconnected creativity. Economic systems reveal interbeing through global supply chains. The device you're using contains rare earth minerals mined by workers whose lives intersect with yours through these technological connections. Every purchase you make sends ripples through networks of production, transportation, and consumption that affect people and ecosystems you'll never encounter directly. Your economic choices participate in either exploitation or justice, environmental destruction or sustainability, community building or isolation. Understanding interbeing changes how you approach personal problems. Your anxiety isn't just yours. It's connected to family stress patterns, cultural pressures, economic uncertainty, environmental changes, and collective human responses to rapid technological change. This doesn't remove your responsibility for addressing anxiety, but it places your struggle in a larger context that reduces shame and blame. You're not defective. You're responding to complex conditions that affect millions of people. Healing happens through interbeing as well. When you develop greater emotional regulation, everyone in your family system benefits. Children unconsciously mirror their parents' nervous system states, so your increased calm directly affects their sense of safety. Co-workers pick up on your reduced reactivity and become less defensive themselves. Your personal healing radiates outward in ways you'll never fully track, but that genuinely contribute to collective well-being. A therapist working with trauma survivors noticed this ripple effect in her practice. When one family member heals their relationship with anger, other family members often report feeling safer to express their own emotions. When someone breaks a pattern of addiction, their children gain permission to trust their own bodies and instincts. Individual healing is never just individual. It's always contributing to the healing of larger systems. Interbeing extends to relationships with ideas and beliefs. The thoughts you think most frequently don't just affect your mood, they influence the mental atmosphere of every space you enter. Chronic worry creates a field of anxiety that others unconsciously absorb. Habitual gratitude generates an environment where appreciation becomes more natural for everyone nearby. Your inner life is not private in the way you might imagine. It's constantly communicating with and influencing the consciousness around you. This understanding brings both tremendous responsibility and profound support. Responsibility, because you realize that everything you think, say, and do matters more than you might have imagined. Support, because you recognize that you're always receiving help from countless sources, seen and unseen, known and unknown. The very atoms in your body were forged in stellar furnaces billions of years ago. Ancient stars died so that you could exist. Grief takes on new meaning through interbeing. When someone you love dies, their physical form dissolves back into the elements from which it arose, but the love they gave, the wisdom they shared, the healing they accomplished continues, flowing through everyone their life touched. You carry them forward not just in memory, but in the actual changes their presence made in your consciousness. Death becomes transition rather than termination, a change of form rather than elimination of essence. Interbeing also reveals the futility of trying to save yourself while abandoning others. Your well-being and everyone else's are so intimately connected that genuine self-care naturally becomes care for the whole. You can't find lasting peace while ignoring others' suffering, because their pain and your peace arise from the same interconnected conditions. This isn't moral obligation, but practical wisdom. You're all breathing the same air, sharing the same planet, participating in the same web of existence. Children understand interbeing intuitively before adults teach them to see themselves as separate. A young child naturally shares food, includes others in play, and feels upset when anyone is hurt. This isn't naive idealism, but accurate perception of how things actually work. Adults often call this growing out of Such childish behavior, but Buddhist wisdom suggests growing back into the clear, seeing that recognizes fundamental interconnection. Prayer and meditation become different when understood through interbeing. You're not sending thoughts to some distant deity or trying to fix yourself in isolation. You're participating in the vast field of consciousness that connects all beings, adding your intention for healing and peace to the collective pool of wisdom and compassion. Your inner peace becomes a gift to the whole, just as others' spiritual practice supports your own journey without your conscious awareness. Technology creates new forms of interbeing in modern life. Information flows instantly across continents, allowing real-time connection between minds that might never meet physically. Global communication networks mirror the neural networks in your brain and the mycelial networks connecting forest root systems. The same patterns of interconnection express themselves at every scale, from cellular to cosmic. A programmer working on artificial intelligence systems had a profound realization about interbeing. I was designing neural networks when I suddenly understood that my own thoughts emerge from billions of interconnected neurons, just like collective intelligence emerges from billions of interconnected humans. Individual consciousness and collective consciousness aren't separate phenomena. They're the same process operating at different scales. My personal awareness is humanity thinking through one particular node in the network. Seasonal changes demonstrate interbeing through natural cycles. The leaves falling outside your window will decompose into soil that feeds next spring's growth. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is truly lost. Everything transforms into something else within the vast recycling system of existence. Your own life participates in cycles much larger than your individual biography, contributing to processes that began before you were born and will continue after your death. This perspective brings tremendous peace to questions about life's meaning and purpose. You don't have to justify your existence or earn your place in the world. You're already an integral part of the universe's creative unfolding, as essential as every star, every tree, every grain of sand. Your presence changes everything simply by being present, just as removing any single thread would alter the entire fabric. Tonight, as you rest in this understanding, feel how held you are by the vast web of existence. The bed supporting your body connects you to trees that grew in forests, to workers who harvested and milled them, to the earth that nourished their growth. The air you breathe connects you to every other breathing being on the planet. Your dreams tonight will draw from the collective pool of human imagination, just as your rest will contribute to the planet's rhythm of activity and restoration. You are not a separate individual struggling alone in an indifferent universe. You are the universe experiencing itself through your unique perspective, as intimately connected to the whole as a wave is connected to the ocean. Rest in this belonging, and let it remind you of what you've always known but sometimes forget, that love is not something you have to earn but something you are, woven into the very fabric of existence itself. Where is your life actually happening right now? Not in your memories of yesterday, not in your plans for tomorrow, but here, in this breath, in this heartbeat, in this moment of listening. Most people spend so much time thinking about life that they miss actually living it. The present moment isn't just another experience among many. It's the only place where life can be touched, where peace can be found, where wisdom can emerge. Buddhist teachings point to something remarkable. The present moment is not a brief stopping point between past and future, but a gateway into the timeless dimension of existence. When you're truly here, fully present, time doesn't disappear but transforms. Minutes can feel like hours when you're completely absorbed in beauty, and hours can vanish like seconds when you're lost in mental activity. This isn't a quirk of perception, it's a clue about the malleable nature of time itself. A watch repairman spent decades measuring time in precise increments until a moment of awakening changed everything. While adjusting a delicate mechanism, he became so absorbed in the intricate dance of gears and springs that his sense of self dissolved into pure attention. When awareness returned to normal, he realized that during those timeless minutes, the work had been performed with a precision and efficiency he'd never achieved while thinking about what he was doing. I discovered that time is not what contains consciousness, he later reflected. Consciousness is what gives birth to the experience of time. This quality of absorption, what psychologists call flow state and Buddhism calls mindfulness, reveals something profound about how consciousness works. When the mind stops commenting, analyzing, and projecting, a natural intelligence emerges that knows exactly what to do without thinking about it. Athletes call it being in the zone, artists call it inspiration, and spiritual practitioners recognize it as the mind's original nature before it gets clouded with unnecessary mental activity. Your body exists only in the present moment. It cannot breathe yesterday's air or feel tomorrow's sunshine. Every sensation, every movement, every biological process happens now. When you align your attention with your body's natural presence, something remarkable occurs. The restless mind begins to settle, like sediment in still water. This isn't because you're forcing anything, but because you're finally working with the natural direction of life rather than against it. Try this right now. Feel your feet touching the ground beneath you. Notice the weight of your body resting wherever you are. Sense the air touching your skin, the rhythm of your breathing, the subtle aliveness that animates your physical form. For just these few moments, you're not thinking about your body, you're being your body. This shift from thinking about experience to being present with experience is the essence of mindfulness practice. The present moment contains everything you need to know about how to live. When you're walking contains complete instructions for balance, coordination, and forward movement. When you're listening naturally guides you toward what deserves attention and what can be released. When you're speaking, presence helps you find words that heal rather than harm, connect rather than separate. This guidance isn't mystical, it's the practical intelligence that emerges when awareness is fully engaged with what's actually happening. Worry demonstrates how living outside the present moment creates unnecessary suffering. What are you worried about right now? Notice that whatever it is, it's not actually happening in this moment. Worry is always about potential future problems or unresolved past situations. The interesting thing is that even when those worried about events actually occur, you'll meet them in the present moment, the only place where you have any real power to respond skillfully. A mother spent months worrying about her daughter's first day of kindergarten. She imagined tears, clinging, separation anxiety, academic struggles. When the day finally arrived, her daughter skipped happily into the classroom and waved goodbye with excitement. The mother realized she had suffered through hundreds of imaginary first days that never happened, while the actual first day was completely different from anything she had projected. I learned that worry is experiencing pain that doesn't exist in service of problems that may never happen, she laughed. Present moment awareness reveals the difference between pain and suffering. Pain happens now, a headache, a disappointment, a physical injury. Suffering happens when the mind creates stories about pain. This will never end. I can't handle this. Why me? The stories exist only in mental activity, but they feel completely real when you're caught in them. Returning to the present moment doesn't eliminate pain, but it often dissolves the suffering that surrounds pain. Zen meditation teaches just sitting, being present without trying to achieve any particular state or experience. You're not sitting to become enlightened, to feel peaceful, or to stop thinking. You're sitting to practice being completely where you are without wanting to be somewhere else. This sounds simple, but it challenges every habit of the restless mind that always wants to be doing something, going somewhere, becoming someone different. The beauty of just sitting is that it reveals your natural state when you stop trying to improve it. Underneath all the mental activity, there's already stillness. Beneath all the emotional turbulence, there's already peace. Hidden within all the confusion, there's already clarity. You don't have to create these qualities. You just have to stop covering them up with unnecessary mental noise. Present moment awareness transforms ordinary activities into spiritual practice. Washing dishes becomes meditation when you feel the warm water. Notice the texture of soap bubbles. Hear the gentle clinking of plates. Walking becomes prayer when you sense each step connecting with the earth. Feel the air moving around your body. Appreciate the simple miracle of locomotion. Eating becomes communion when you taste each bite fully. Acknowledge the plants and animals that gave their lives for your nourishment. Feel gratitude for the sun and rain that made growth possible. A busy executive discovered this during a particularly stressful week. Instead of gulping coffee while checking emails, she decided to drink 1 cup mindfully. She noticed the warmth of the mug in her hands, the rich aroma rising with the steam, the complex flavors unfolding on her tongue. Those 5 minutes of presence gave her more refreshment than any of the hurried coffee she'd consumed that week. I realized I'd been drinking caffeine but not actually drinking coffee, she said. When I became present with the experience, it nourished me in ways I'd forgotten were possible. The gateway quality of the present moment becomes clear when you notice how solutions emerge from presence rather than thinking. How many times have you struggled with a problem through mental effort, only to have the answer appear when you stopped trying so hard? In the shower, on a walk, while gardening, insights often arrive when the mind is present with simple activities rather than grinding on complex issues. This isn't coincidence. It's how consciousness naturally works when it's not interfering with itself. Relationships deepen through present moment connection. When you're truly present with someone, not planning what to say next, not judging what they're sharing, not trying to fix their problems, something profound happens. They feel seen, heard, met at a level that goes beyond words. Your presence becomes a gift that allows them to relax, open up, reveal their authentic self rather than their defended persona. The most healing conversations often contain more presence than content. Children are natural masters of present moment awareness until adults teach them to live in psychological time. Watch a young child playing, completely absorbed, utterly here, free from self-consciousness or concern about the future. They don't need to learn how to be present. They need to unlearn the habit of leaving the present through excessive mental activity. This is why Jesus pointed to children as examples of the kingdom of heaven, not because they're innocent, but because they naturally inhabit the timeless dimension where peace is always available. The present moment is also where creativity lives. Artists, musicians, writers, and inventors consistently report that their best work emerges when they get out of their own way and allow something larger to work through them. This something larger isn't mysterious. It's the natural intelligence that flows when personal will aligns with present moment awareness. Creative blocks usually dissolve when you stop trying to force inspiration and start being present with whatever wants to emerge. Death brings ultimate teaching about the present moment. People who've had near-death experiences often report that their entire life review happened outside of linear time, with every moment experienced simultaneously in an eternal now. Those facing terminal illness frequently discover that the present moment becomes more vivid, more precious, more sufficient than ever before. Paradoxically, approaching the end of time reveals the timeless dimension that was always available but usually overlooked. This doesn't mean you stop planning or learning from the past. Practical thinking has its place and purpose. The invitation is to use thinking as a tool, rather than being used by it, to plan and remember from a foundation of presence, rather than getting lost in mental time travel. When your home base is the present moment, you can visit past and future without being exiled from the aliveness that only exists now. Buddhist practice teaches that enlightenment is not a future achievement, but a present recognition. What you're seeking is not hidden in some distant tomorrow, but available in this very instant. The peace you long for, the love you crave, the wisdom you pursue, these are not goals to attain, but qualities to recognize as already present when you stop looking elsewhere for them. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, experiment with releasing any agenda about how you should feel or what should happen. Simply be present with whatever is here: tired body, busy mind, emotional residue from the day. Don't try to change anything. Just practice being with what is without resistance or commentary. This quality of accepting presence is what allows natural healing and restoration to occur. The present moment is not a place you arrive at, but a recognition of where you already are. It's not something you achieve through effort, but something you remember through relaxation. You don't have to become present. You just have to stop leaving. And in that simple stopping, that gentle return, you discover what has been waiting for you all along, the timeless awareness that is your deepest nature, the gateway that opens whenever you're willing to walk through it. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Your mind probably just tried to solve that question, didn't it? Maybe you imagined air moving through fingers, or thought about whether one hand could create sound at all. This is exactly what Zen koans are designed to reveal, how automatically the mind rushes to figure things out, even when figuring out isn't what's being asked for. Zen koans are not riddles waiting to be solved, or puzzles with clever answers hidden inside them. They're more like spiritual dynamite, designed to blow apart the conceptual frameworks that keep you trapped in mental loops. For over 1,000 years, these paradoxical questions and impossible statements have been used to exhaust the thinking mind so completely that something deeper can finally emerge. A student once came to Master Joshu and asked, "Does a dog have Buddha nature?" Joshu replied simply, "Mu," which means no or nothing. For months, the student wrestled with this response, trying to understand what it meant philosophically, theologically, logically. The harder he thought, the more confused he became. Finally, in exhaustion, he stopped trying to understand and simply sat with the koan until something shifted, not in his thinking, but in his entire way of experiencing reality. This is how koans work. They create a kind of spiritual crisis that can only be resolved by letting go of the need to resolve it. They point toward direct experience rather than conceptual understanding. Like a finger pointing at the moon, the koan itself isn't the destination. It's a tool for directing attention toward what cannot be grasped by thought alone. Consider this famous koan, "Show me your original face before your parents were born." The logical mind immediately protests. How can you have a face before you existed? But the koan isn't asking for biological information or metaphysical speculation. It's pointing toward the awareness that's reading these words right now, the consciousness that was never born and will never die, that doesn't depend on your personal history for its existence. This awareness has no features, no characteristics, no beginning or end. It's like space itself, always present, never findable as an object. Right now, as you listen to these words, something is aware of the listening. What is that something? Can you locate it? Can you describe it? Can you find where it begins or ends? This isn't a philosophical question, but an invitation to direct investigation of your own immediate experience. A modern teacher was working with a student who kept asking intellectual questions about enlightenment. What does it feel like? How do you know when it happens? What are the signs? Finally, the teacher picked up a glass of water and threw it at a nearby wall. As the glass shattered, he asked, "Did you hear that sound with your mind or with your ears?" The student paused, realizing that hearing happened immediately, directly, without any mental process involved. "That's how enlightenment works," the teacher said gently. not through thinking about it, but through direct contact with reality. Koans reveal how much energy we waste trying to understand life instead of living it. You don't need to understand breathing to breathe, walking to walk, or loving to love. These activities happen through direct engagement, not conceptual analysis. Similarly, peace, wisdom, and freedom aren't problems to be solved, but realities to be recognized through immediate experience. The Koan tradition emerged from a profound insight. Intellectual understanding often becomes an obstacle to genuine realization. Students would study Buddhist philosophy for years, memorizing texts and debating concepts, while missing the simple truth that was always present. Zen masters began using these impossible questions to short-circuit the analytical mind and point directly toward what lies beyond all concepts. Two hands clap, and there is a sound. What is the sound of one hand? This classic koan by Master Hakuin isn't asking for acoustic analysis. It's pointing toward the ground of being from which all dualities arise, the source that exists before one and two, before sound and silence, before question and answer. When you stop trying to solve it and start being present with the mystery it represents, something remarkable happens. The koan begins to solve you. Working with koans traditionally involves sitting with them for months or even years, not to arrive at a correct answer, but to let them transform your relationship to not knowing. Most people are uncomfortable with uncertainty and rush to fill gaps in understanding with theories, beliefs, or borrowed knowledge. Koans teach you to rest in the unknown without needing to make it known, to be present with questions without demanding answers. This comfort with not knowing becomes practical wisdom in daily life. How many times have you created suffering by insisting you know what someone else was thinking, what their motivations were, what the outcome of a situation would be? Koan practice develops what Zen calls don't know mind, a humble openness that can respond to reality as it actually is rather than as you imagine it to be. A business executive shared how Koan study changed her leadership style. "I used to feel like I had to have answers for everything," she reflected. "Employees would bring me problems, and I'd immediately start generating solutions without really listening to what they were telling me. After working with koans, I learned to sit with not knowing long enough for better questions to emerge. Paradoxically, becoming comfortable with uncertainty made me a much more effective problem solver." The most famous koan dialogue involves a student asking Master Joshu, "What is the meaning of Bodhidharma coming from the West?" This was asking about the essential point of Zen teaching, the fundamental truth that Buddhism brought from India to China. Joshu's reply was startling. The oak tree in the garden. Not a philosophical explanation, not a mystical revelation, but a simple pointing toward the immediate reality right in front of them. This response illustrates Zen's radical ordinariness. The profound truth you're seeking isn't hidden in esoteric knowledge or special experiences. It's present in the tree outside your window, the breath moving through your lungs, the awareness that's listening to these words right now. Enlightenment isn't about becoming someone special. It's about recognizing the extraordinariness of what you already are. Working with koans also reveals the difference between intellectual knowing and embodied understanding. You might read that all beings have Buddha, nature, and think you understand it conceptually. But when a koan finally breaks through your mental defenses, you don't just think about Buddha nature, you recognize it directly, immediately, without the mediation of thought. This shift from knowing about something to being something is what Zen calls realization. Modern life creates its own koans without formal practice. How do I find work that feels meaningful while paying my bills? How do I love fully while accepting that everything changes? How do I care deeply about the world's problems without being overwhelmed by them? These aren't problems to be solved through analysis, but paradoxes to be lived with wisdom and grace. The traditional method of working with koans involves bringing them to a qualified teacher who can recognize when you're offering intellectual answers versus authentic realization. The teacher might reject dozens of responses, not because they're wrong, but because they come from the head rather than the heart, from thinking rather than direct seeing. This process can be frustrating for students accustomed to being rewarded for clever thinking, but it serves a crucial purpose. It teaches you to trust direct experience over mental concepts. A koan that particularly challenges Western minds is, "What is Buddha?" One master answered, 3 pounds of flax. Another said, "A dried shit stick." These responses shock people expecting to hear about compassion, wisdom, or transcendence. But they point to something revolutionary. The sacred isn't separate from the ordinary. Buddha nature isn't something you attain through spiritual achievement. It's what you are right now, as ordinary and immediate as 3 pounds of flax. This ordinariness of awakening becomes clear when you stop searching for extraordinary experiences and start paying attention to what's already here. The taste of water when you're thirsty, the feeling of warm sunlight on your skin, the simple pleasure of breathing freely. These aren't consolation prizes for missing some greater spiritual experience. They are the spiritual experience, recognized directly without the filter of spiritual concepts. Koans also work by creating what psychologists call cognitive dissonance, a state of mental tension that arises when you encounter information that doesn't fit your existing frameworks. Your mind tries various strategies to resolve this tension: analysis, comparison to similar problems, searching for hidden meanings. When all these strategies fail, something beautiful can happen. The mind gives up trying to control the experience and allows reality to reveal itself directly. This surrender is not defeat, but liberation. Like a clenched fist that finally opens to receive a gift, the mind that stops grasping can finally perceive what was always present. The peace you were seeking through thinking is discovered in the absence of compulsive thinking. The truth you were pursuing through concepts is recognized as prior to all concepts. Some koans work through negation, stripping away false identifications until only pure awareness remains. Nansen's cat tells of a master who threatened to kill a cat unless his students could say something to save it. When no one responded adequately, he carried out his threat. Later, when told this story, another master simply placed his sandals on his head and walked away. This bizarre response pointed beyond conventional thinking towards spontaneous, unconditioned action arising from direct insight. The power of koans lies not in their content, but in their effect on consciousness. They're designed to create what Zen calls great doubt, not skepticism about spiritual truth, but profound questioning of everything you think you know about reality. This doubt isn't destructive but constructive, clearing away assumptions and preconceptions that obscure direct perception. Working with koans in daily life doesn't require formal study with a teacher, though that's certainly valuable. You can begin by simply noticing when your mind rushes to explain or analyze experience instead of being present with it. When you feel anger, instead of immediately trying to understand why you're angry, can you simply be present with the energy of anger itself? When beauty strikes you, instead of trying to capture or explain it, can you rest in the wordless recognition of beauty? This shift from explaining experience to being present with experience is the heart of koan practice. It's also the gateway to what Zen calls direct transmission, the immediate recognition of truth that doesn't depend on words, concepts, or gradual understanding. This transmission can happen in an instant, though it often requires years of preparation to receive it. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, consider resting with this simple koan: who is the one who sleeps? Don't try to answer it intellectually, but let it work on you as consciousness transitions from waking to sleeping. Notice that something remains aware even as thoughts fade, dreams begin, and normal identity dissolves. What is that something? Who is the one who dreams? Who is the one who wakes? Let these questions rest in the background of awareness without demanding answers, like seeds planted in fertile soil that will sprout in their own time. The mystery they point toward is not something to be solved, but something to be lived, not something to understand, but something to be. Rest in this living mystery and let it teach you what thinking never could, the direct, immediate, wordless recognition of what you've always been beneath all the concepts and stories about who you think you are. Everything you've ever tried to hold on to has slipped through your fingers eventually. The job you thought would last forever ended. The relationship you believed was permanent, changed, or dissolved. Even your own body is constantly transforming, every cell replacing itself, every breath different from the last, every moment of consciousness arising fresh and then passing away. Most people experience this universal truth as a source of anxiety, but Buddhist wisdom reveals it as the very foundation of freedom. Impermanence isn't a flaw in the design of existence. It's the creative principle that makes all growth, healing, and transformation possible. The same force that eventually takes away what you love is the force that brought it to you in the first place. Without impermanence, you'd still be stuck in every difficult phase you've ever experienced. The pain that felt endless did end. The confusion that seemed permanent did clear. The fear that gripped you did release its hold. Change isn't your enemy. It's the mechanism through which life renews itself endlessly. A farmer was known throughout his village for never getting upset by changing circumstances. When drought withered his crops, neighbors offered sympathy, but he simply said, "We'll see." When unexpected rain saved the harvest, they came to celebrate, and again he replied, "We'll see." When his only son broke his leg and couldn't help with the work, they expressed concern, and still he said, "We'll see." When war came, and all the young men were drafted except his son with the broken leg, the neighbors finally understood his wisdom. The farmer had learned that every situation contains seeds of its opposite, and nothing, good or bad, lasts forever. This understanding transforms how you relate to both pleasure and pain. When something wonderful happens, you can enjoy it fully without the underlying anxiety that comes from trying to make it permanent. When something painful occurs, you can feel it completely without the additional suffering that comes from believing it will never change. Both states are temporary visitors in the space of your awareness, like weather patterns moving through an unchanging sky. Uncertainty becomes your teacher rather than your tormentor when you recognize it as life's natural state. The future has always been unknown. You've just convinced yourself that planning and controlling create security. But notice how many of your most significant life changes came from directions you never anticipated. The job opportunity that appeared out of nowhere, the relationship that began with a chance encounter, the insight that emerged during a moment of not thinking about the problem. Life's intelligence operates through unpredictability as much as through your careful plans. A woman spent years trying to get pregnant, meticulously tracking cycles, timing everything perfectly, growing increasingly frustrated with each passing month. Finally, exhausted from the effort, she and her husband decided to take a break from trying and went on a spontaneous vacation. 3 weeks later, she discovered she was pregnant. I learned that some of life's most precious gifts come when we stop grasping so tightly, she reflected. Sometimes the very effort to control outcomes prevents the natural unfolding that we're trying to force. Buddhist teachings describe what they call beginner's mind, approaching each situation with fresh eyes, free from the burden of thinking you already know how things should go. This attitude doesn't make you passive or unprepared. It makes you responsive rather than reactive. Instead of forcing new experiences into old categories, you can meet them with curiosity and openness. Instead of defending against change, you can explore what it might be offering. Children naturally embody this beginner's mind until adults teach them to prefer certainty over wonder. Watch a young child encountering something new, their eyes wide with curiosity, their whole being alert and receptive. They don't need to understand something before engaging with it. They don't require guarantees about outcomes before investing their attention. This quality of open-hearted exploration is what Buddhist practice aims to restore in adults who've forgotten how to not know gracefully. The anxiety you feel about uncertain situations often comes not from the situation itself, but from your thoughts about the situation. Right now, in this moment, are you actually in danger? Or are you safe, breathing, held by the earth beneath you, worried about possibilities that exist only in imagination? Most anxiety lives in the gap between present reality and future projections. When you return attention to what's actually happening now, much of the fear dissolves, because the present moment is usually much more manageable than the stories you tell about it. Impermanence applies to your thoughts and emotions just as much as to external circumstances. That overwhelming sadness you're feeling right now, it arose from somewhere, peaked at some point, and is already beginning to transform. The anger that felt so justified and permanent an hour ago, where is it now? Even your sense of identity is more fluid than you might imagine. The you who was 5 years old, the you who graduated from school, the you who made that big mistake, where are these previous versions of yourself now? This recognition can be initially unsettling because we're taught to think of ourselves as consistent, solid entities moving through time. But it's actually profoundly liberating because it means you're not trapped by any past version of yourself. The person who made that embarrassing mistake, who failed at that important goal, who hurt someone they loved, that person was real, but they're not who you are now. Every moment offers the possibility of beginning again, of responding differently, of discovering capacities you didn't know you had. Grief teaches some of the deepest lessons about impermanence and uncertainty. When someone you love dies, the mind struggles to accept that they're really gone, that the future you imagine together will never unfold. Yet within this ultimate impermanence, something remarkable often emerges, a deeper appreciation for the time you did have, a recognition of love that transcends physical presence, an understanding that connection itself doesn't depend on permanence. A hospice nurse shared her observations about how people facing death relate to uncertainty. Those who fight against the unknown often suffer more than those who become curious about it. The patients who ask, "What will dying be like?" with genuine openness seem to move through the process with more peace than those who demand guarantees about timing and outcomes. Somehow, embracing the mystery creates space for grace to enter. Seasonal changes offer beautiful teachings about working with impermanence rather than against it. Trees don't resist autumn by trying to hold onto their leaves. They release what's no longer needed, drawing energy inward to prepare for winter's dormancy and spring's eventual renewal. Animals migrate, hibernate, or adapt their behavior to changing conditions without complaint. Only humans exhaust themselves trying to make summer last forever, or demanding that winter end before its time. Learning to live in harmony with natural cycles can transform your relationship with personal transitions. There are seasons in your life when it's time to grow and expand, and seasons when it's time to rest and consolidate. Periods of activity and periods of dormancy, times of gathering and times of release. Fighting against your natural rhythms creates unnecessary friction, while honoring them allows changes to unfold with more grace and less resistance. Meditation practice offers direct training in embracing impermanence. As you sit quietly, thoughts arise and pass away like clouds in an empty sky. Emotions emerge, intensify, and dissolve without your intervention. Physical sensations appear, shift, and disappear. Nothing stays the same for more than a few moments, yet the awareness that observes all this change remains stable and unaffected. This recognition gradually builds trust that you can weather any storm because your essential nature is not threatened by temporary weather patterns. The practice doesn't aim to stop change or achieve some permanent state of peace. Instead, it teaches you to rest in the unchanging awareness that witnesses all change. Like learning to swim, the goal isn't to make the water stop moving, but to discover your natural buoyancy within the movement. You don't need to control the waves to stay afloat. You just need to remember how to float. Relationships deepen when both people accept their impermanence rather than demanding permanence from each other. Trying to freeze someone you love into a fixed image of who they should be creates tension and resistance. Allowing them to grow, change, and evolve, even in directions you didn't expect, creates space for authentic intimacy. Paradoxically, accepting that relationships change often helps them last longer because there's less pressure and more freedom to discover who you're becoming together. Financial security, career success, social status, these forms of conventional security are all subject to impermanence. People who build their entire sense of well-being on such external foundations often experience deep anxiety because some part of them knows how fragile these supports actually are. Buddhist wisdom points toward a different kind of security, the security that comes from knowing you can adapt to whatever changes life brings. This flexibility becomes your true wealth, more valuable than any external possession because it can never be taken away. Uncertainty also contains infinite creative potential. If everything were predetermined and predictable, there would be no room for growth, discovery, or surprise. The space of not knowing is where new possibilities can emerge, where insights can arise, where life can surprise you in wonderful ways. Every great innovation, artistic breakthrough, or personal transformation began in the fertile uncertainty of not knowing what would happen next. A scientist who made groundbreaking discoveries late in her career reflected on her relationship with uncertainty. Early in my research, I was terrified of not knowing the answers. I wanted every hypothesis confirmed, every variable controlled. But my most significant findings came when I became comfortable with genuine mystery, when I could ask questions without needing immediate answers. The unknown stopped being a problem to solve and became a space to explore. This comfort with mystery extends to the biggest questions of existence. What happens after death? Why does suffering exist? What's the ultimate purpose of life? Instead of demanding definitive answers to these questions, you can learn to live creatively within the mystery they represent. The not knowing becomes part of the adventure rather than an obstacle to enjoying the journey. Tonight, as you prepare for sleep, consider what you might be trying to hold on to that's ready to be released. What uncertainty are you fighting that might actually be trying to teach you something? What change are you resisting that might be life's way of creating space for something new to emerge? Rest in the knowledge that the same impermanence that eventually takes everything away is also what brought you every joy, every learning, every moment of beauty you've ever experienced. Let your sleep itself become practice in letting go, releasing the day's concerns, the need to control tomorrow's outcomes, the demand that life conform to your expectations. Trust the natural intelligence that knows how to rest, how to dream, how to restore your energy without your conscious management. This same intelligence that guides your sleep is what you can learn to trust in all of life's transitions. You are not a solid thing trying to survive in a world of change. You are change itself, temporarily expressing as human form, dancing with the eternal rhythm of arising and passing away. Rest in this dance tonight, and wake tomorrow more willing to move with life's natural flow rather than against it. Have you ever noticed how the same situation can feel completely different depending on your state of mind? A rainy day might feel cozy and peaceful when you're content, or gloomy and oppressive when you're already sad. The same comment from a friend might seem caring when you feel secure, or critical when you're feeling vulnerable. Tibetan Buddhism calls this phenomenon the cosmic mirror, the recognition that reality reflects back the quality of consciousness you bring to it. This isn't the popular idea that you create your reality through positive thinking, or that bad things happen because of negative thoughts. The cosmic mirror is much more subtle and practical than that. It points to how your inner state colors your perception of everything you encounter, and how that perception then shapes your response, which in turn influences what happens next. You're not controlling external events, but you're always participating in their meaning through the quality of awareness you bring to them. Imagine looking into a physical mirror while frowning. The mirror doesn't cause your frown, but it reflects it back to you perfectly. If you want to see a smile in the mirror, you don't try to change the reflection, you change your expression. The cosmic mirror works similarly. When you change the quality of consciousness you bring to life, life begins to reflect that change back to you. A woman struggling with chronic anxiety noticed this principle at work in her daily interactions. When she approached conversations feeling defensive and expecting criticism, people often seemed cold or judgmental in response. But on days when she felt more centered and open, the same people appeared warmer and more supportive. I realized I wasn't just observing their behavior, I was partially creating it through the energy I brought to our meetings, she reflected. My inner state was like a tuning fork that caused others to vibrate at similar frequencies. This understanding brings tremendous empowerment because it reveals where your real influence lies. You can't control what happens to you, but you can always choose how to meet what happens to you. That choice point, the space between stimulus and response, is where freedom lives. In that space, you can choose patience over reactivity, curiosity over judgment, openness over defensiveness. These choices don't just benefit you, they shift the entire field of interaction. The cosmic mirror operates through what psychologists call projection, the unconscious tendency to see in the world what exists unresolved within yourself. If you're carrying unacknowledged anger, you'll tend to notice anger everywhere around you. If you're struggling with self-criticism, you'll be hypersensitive to judgment from others. The mirror doesn't lie. It shows you exactly what you're broadcasting, whether you're aware of it or not. This can be uncomfortable to recognize at first. It's easier to believe that the world is just randomly difficult, or that other people are simply untrustworthy. But once you understand how projection works, it becomes a powerful tool for self-awareness. Every strong reaction you have to someone else's behavior contains information about something unhealed or unintegrated within yourself. The mirror is showing you where your inner work needs attention. A therapist shared how this understanding transformed her practice. I used to think my job was to help clients change their external circumstances. But I learned that the most profound healing happens when people recognize how their inner wounds are attracting or creating similar wounds in their relationships. When someone heals their relationship with their own anger, they stop unconsciously provoking anger in others. When they make peace with their own vulnerability, they stop attracting people who exploit weakness. The cosmic mirror also reflects positive qualities back to you. When you cultivate genuine compassion within yourself, you begin to notice and attract more compassionate people. When you develop inner peace, peaceful situations seem to arise more naturally in your life. This isn't magic, it's the natural result of becoming a vibrational match for what you've developed internally. Tibetan teachings describe this as the interplay between your inner weather and the outer weather of circumstances. Just as atmospheric conditions influence each other across vast distances, your internal emotional climate interacts with the psychological climate of everyone you encounter. Storms create more storms, but calm centers can also spread their influence outward, creating pockets of peace in chaotic environments. This understanding transforms how you approach difficult relationships. Instead of trying to change the other person or waiting for them to behave differently, you can focus on what you're contributing to the dynamic. Are you meeting their anger with more anger? Their fear with your own defensiveness? Their criticism with reactive justification? When you change your part of the pattern, the entire relationship system must reorganize around your new way of being. A man who had been estranged from his critical father for years decided to experiment with this approach. Instead of bracing for judgment during their conversations, he practiced staying open and curious about his father's perspective. Rather than defending against criticism, he listened for the concern underneath it. Gradually, his father's tone began to soften, and their relationship developed a warmth that had been missing for decades. I realized that my defensiveness had been creating exactly the kind of distance I was complaining about, he said. The cosmic mirror operates in your relationship with yourself as well. The inner dialogue you maintain, critical or kind, anxious or trusting, hopeful or despairing, creates the internal atmosphere within which you live every moment. This inner environment profoundly affects your health, creativity, relationships, and overall life experience. Learning to speak to yourself with the same compassion you'd offer a good friend begins to shift the entire quality of your existence. Your body serves as an immediate cosmic mirror, reflecting your mental and emotional states through physical sensations. Chronic tension in your shoulders might mirror the burdens you've been carrying mentally. Digestive issues could reflect difficulty digesting certain life experiences. Breathing patterns often mirror your relationship with receiving life fully or holding back from complete engagement. The body's wisdom speaks through these reflections if you learn to listen. Environmental reflections reveal the cosmic mirror at work as well. People who feel chaotic internally often live in cluttered, disorganized spaces. Those struggling with emotional constipation may find their living situations becoming stagnant or stuck. Conversely, creating order in your external environment often supports greater clarity and peace internally. The boundary between inner and outer proves more permeable than it first appears. Financial patterns frequently mirror underlying beliefs about worthiness, security, and abundance. Someone who constantly worries about scarcity may unconsciously make choices that create more financial instability. Those who feel undeserving of good things might sabotage opportunities when they arise. The cosmic mirror reveals these unconscious patterns by reflecting them back as external circumstances that seem to happen to you, but actually arise through you. Understanding this principle doesn't mean blaming yourself for everything that happens. Some circumstances are genuinely beyond your influence: natural disasters, other people's choices, systemic injustices. The cosmic mirror teaching isn't about taking responsibility for everything that occurs, but about recognizing your creative participation in how you experience whatever occurs. A cancer patient discovered this distinction during her treatment. "I couldn't control having cancer, but I could influence how I experienced having cancer," she explained. "When I approached treatment with fear and resistance, everything felt harder. The side effects seemed worse. The medical staff seemed less caring. Even my family felt distant. When I shifted to meeting the illness with curiosity and acceptance, the same treatments became more bearable, the same doctors seemed more supportive, and deeper connections emerged with everyone around me." The cosmic mirror reveals that consciousness is not passive, but participatory. You're not a victim of reality, but a collaborator with it. Every moment offers an opportunity to choose the quality of awareness you bring to your experience. This choice doesn't determine what happens to you, but it profoundly influences what happens through you and how you metabolize whatever arises. Meditation practice naturally develops sensitivity to these subtle feedback loops. As you sit quietly, you begin to notice how different mental states create different felt experiences in your body and energy field. Anxiety generates contraction and agitation, while peace creates expansion and stillness. Judgment produces tension and separation, while acceptance allows relaxation and connection. These internal shifts then influence how you interact with the world when you return to activity. The cosmic mirror also operates across time in interesting ways. The consciousness you cultivate today influences the kinds of opportunities and challenges that present themselves tomorrow. This isn't because the universe is keeping score, but because consciousness tends to attract circumstances that match its predominant frequency. Like attracts like, not through magical thinking, but through the natural resonance between inner states and outer experiences. Ancient wisdom traditions recognize this principle and develop practices to consciously work with it. Gratitude practices don't just make you feel better, they attune your consciousness to abundance, making you more likely to notice and appreciate goodness when it appears. Loving-kindness meditation doesn't just cultivate warm feelings, it creates an inner environment that naturally attracts and generates more loving interactions. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider what your recent experiences might be reflecting back to you about your inner state. Have you been meeting life with openness or resistance? Trust or fear? curiosity, or judgment. Without harsh self-criticism, simply notice the patterns and gently choose the quality of consciousness you want to cultivate moving forward. The cosmic mirror never stops operating, but your awareness of it can transform how you participate in its reflections. Instead of unconsciously creating the same patterns repeatedly, you can begin to consciously choose the inner climate from which your life emerges. This is true spiritual power, not the ability to control external circumstances, but the wisdom to participate consciously in their co-creation through the quality of presence you bring to each moment. Rest in this understanding tonight, knowing that the peace you cultivate within yourself becomes a gift to everyone you'll encounter tomorrow. The cosmic mirror ensures that nothing you develop internally is ever wasted. It all becomes part of the healing and awakening of the world. There's a difference between trying harder and trying better. Most people exhaust themselves pushing against life like swimmers fighting a riptide, when what they need is the wisdom to move with the current while gradually angling towards shore. Buddhist teachings call this right effort, not the effortless ease of doing nothing, but the skillful energy that accomplishes much while creating little friction. Right effort isn't about forcing outcomes through willpower or grinding through obstacles with determination alone. It's the quality of energy that emerges when your actions align with wisdom rather than desperation, when you're moving towards something meaningful rather than running from something feared. Like water finding its way downhill, right effort follows the path of natural flow while steadily reaching its destination. Watch a master craftsperson at work, a potter shaping clay, a musician playing complex passages, a surgeon performing delicate procedures. Their movements appear effortless, not because they're easy, but because years of practice have taught them exactly how much pressure to apply, precisely when to advance, and when to pause. They've learned to work with the material rather than against it, to cooperate with natural laws rather than forcing artificial solutions. A young martial artist was frustrated by his lack of progress, despite training harder than anyone else in the dojo. His teacher watched him practice and noticed the tension in his shoulders, the forced aggression in his movements, the way he fought against his own body. "You're using the effort of conflict," the teacher observed gently. "Try the effort of dance instead." When the student learned to move with fluid precision rather than rigid force, his skills improved dramatically while his exhaustion decreased. This principle applies to every area of life. Relationships flourish under the right effort of patient attention rather than the forced effort of trying to change someone. Creative projects develop organically through consistent, gentle engagement rather than sporadic bursts of intense pressure. Even healing happens more readily when you support your body's natural recovery processes rather than demanding immediate results through aggressive interventions. Right effort includes knowing when to act and when to rest. Modern culture often equates productivity with constant motion, but wisdom recognizes that sustainable achievement requires rhythms of activity and restoration. Trees don't apologize for their dormant winter months. They understand that periods of apparent inactivity are essential for spring's eventual flowering. Your own energy follows similar cycles when you learn to honor them rather than override them. The Buddhist path describes 4 aspects of right effort: preventing harmful states that haven't arisen, abandoning harmful states that have arisen, cultivating beneficial states that haven't yet developed, and maintaining beneficial states that are already present. This isn't about moral perfection, but about practical wisdom, recognizing which mental and emotional patterns serve your well-being and which create unnecessary suffering. Preventing harmful states requires what you might call upstream thinking, paying attention to the conditions that typically lead to destructive patterns before those patterns fully manifest. If you know that skipping meals makes you irritable, eating regularly becomes a form of right effort. If you've noticed that certain news sources increase your anxiety, without improving your ability to respond helpfully to world events, limiting exposure becomes skillful action. Small preventive measures often eliminate the need for major corrective efforts later. Abandoning harmful states that have already arisen requires a different kind of skill, the ability to recognize destructive patterns in real time and choose differently without harsh self-judgment. When you notice anger building, right effort might mean pausing to breathe rather than immediately expressing that anger. When anxiety spirals begin, skillful action could involve returning attention to present moment sensations rather than feeding the worry with more thinking. This isn't suppression, but redirection, guiding energy toward more constructive channels. A mother discovered this principle while dealing with her teenager's challenging behavior. Instead of escalating conflicts through reactive responses, she learned to pause when she felt anger rising and ask herself, "What does this situation actually need from me right now?" Often the answer was patience rather than discipline, listening rather than lecturing, or simply maintaining her own emotional stability rather than trying to control her daughter's mood. Right effort taught me that sometimes the most powerful action is non-action, she reflected. Cultivating beneficial states involves nurturing qualities like patience, compassion, clarity, and equanimity through consistent practice, rather than hoping they'll spontaneously arise when needed. This is like tending a garden. You plant seeds, provide appropriate conditions, and trust the natural growth process rather than trying to force flowers to bloom. Daily meditation, gratitude practices, acts of kindness, and mindful attention to your speech patterns all cultivate inner qualities that naturally express themselves in outer actions. Maintaining beneficial states once they've developed requires perhaps the most subtle form of right effort, the gentle vigilance that protects what's precious without becoming possessive about it. When you've found your center during meditation, maintaining it means staying present with that groundedness, rather than immediately rushing back into mental activity. When peace emerges in a difficult conversation, preserving it means continuing to listen deeply, rather than pushing your own agenda. Right effort also involves what Buddhist teachings call skillful means, adapting your approach to what each situation actually requires, rather than applying the same response to every challenge. Sometimes kindness means offering comfort and support. Other times it means setting firm boundaries or speaking difficult truths. Sometimes courage manifests as taking bold action. Other times it appears as patient endurance or strategic withdrawal. Skillful action reads the needs of each moment and responds appropriately rather than mechanically. A teacher working with troubled students learned this flexibility the hard way. Initially, she tried to treat all disruptive behavior with the same gentle understanding, but some students interpreted her kindness as weakness and escalated their testing. She discovered that truly caring for these young people sometimes required firm consequences delivered with compassion. Right effort taught me that there's no single formula for helping others, she said. Real skill means paying attention to what actually works, rather than what I think should work. The principle of right effort transforms how you approach personal goals and aspirations. Instead of forcing yourself toward achievements through harsh self-discipline, you can create conditions that naturally support your desired outcomes. Want to exercise regularly? Find forms of movement you actually enjoy rather than forcing yourself through workouts you hate. Want to eat healthily? Focus on adding nourishing foods you love, rather than eliminating everything pleasurable. Right effort makes change sustainable by working with your nature rather than against it. This approach also applies to breaking harmful habits. Fighting addiction, compulsion, or repetitive negative behaviors through willpower alone often creates internal warfare that exhausts you without creating lasting change. Right effort suggests understanding the underlying needs these behaviors are attempting to meet, then finding healthier ways to address those needs. The energy that was bound up in self-conflict becomes available for constructive action when you stop battling yourself and start collaborating with your deeper wisdom. Procrastination often dissolves when approached through right effort rather than forced productivity. Instead of berating yourself for avoiding tasks, you can explore what the avoidance might be protecting you from: fear of failure, perfectionism, feeling overwhelmed, or simply needing rest. Addressing these underlying concerns often allows natural motivation to emerge without the internal struggle that makes simple tasks feel impossible. Right effort in relationships means engaging with others from your centered presence rather than your reactive emotions. When someone criticizes you, skillful action might involve listening for any valid points they're making, rather than immediately defending yourself. When someone disappoints you, right effort could mean expressing your feelings clearly without trying to punish them for not meeting your expectations. This doesn't make you passive or weak. It makes you effective by addressing what's actually workable in each situation. Financial decisions become clearer when guided by right effort principles. Instead of making purchases from impulse, anxiety, or social pressure, you can pause to consider whether spending aligns with your actual values and needs. Instead of working compulsively from fear of scarcity, you can seek career paths that utilize your genuine talents while supporting your well-being. Right effort with money means making choices that serve your long-term flourishing rather than short-term emotional fixes. The practice also transforms how you handle mistakes and setbacks. Instead of harsh self-criticism that drains energy and motivation, right effort applies the same patient persistence to learning from errors that you'd offer a good friend. Mistakes become feedback rather than failures, course corrections rather than evidence of inadequacy. This gentle accountability actually accelerates growth because you're not wasting energy on self-attack that could be directed toward improvement. Right effort naturally includes self-compassion, as a practical tool, rather than an indulgent luxury. When you treat yourself with kindness, you're more likely to take care of your health, more willing to take appropriate risks, more able to bounce back from difficulties. Self-criticism might provide temporary motivation, but self-compassion creates the inner safety that allows sustained positive change. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider how you might apply right effort to your rest itself. Instead of forcing sleep through mental effort or anxiety about insomnia, you can create conditions that naturally support rest. Comfortable environment, relaxed breathing, release of the day's concerns. Trust your body's wisdom to restore itself when you stop interfering with natural processes. Right effort reveals that you already possess everything needed for a fulfilling life, not through acquisition or achievement, but through skillful engagement with what's already here. The peace you seek isn't produced by perfect circumstances, but discovered through wisely meeting whatever circumstances arise. Rest in this understanding and let it guide tomorrow's actions toward greater harmony, effectiveness, and ease. What if remembering death could teach you how to truly live? This question lies at the heart of one of Buddhism's most profound practices, the 5 Remembrances, 5 simple statements about the nature of human existence that most people spend their entire lives trying to avoid thinking about. But these remembrances aren't meant to create fear or morbid preoccupation. They're designed to wake you up to the preciousness of this moment, the urgency of love, and the freedom that comes from accepting what cannot be changed. The first remembrance states simply, "I am of the nature to grow old." There is no way to escape growing old. Your body is aging right now, in this very moment. Cells are dying and being replaced. Skin is gradually changing texture. Organs are slowly shifting in their efficiency. This isn't a failure of medical science or personal care. It's the natural rhythm of all living things. Fighting this reality creates unnecessary suffering, while accepting it allows you to age with grace and wisdom rather than denial and resentment. A woman approaching her 70th birthday shared how this remembrance transformed her relationship with her changing body. "I spent my 50s and 60s mourning every wrinkle, every ache, every sign that I wasn't 20 anymore. When I finally accepted that aging isn't optional, something beautiful happened. I stopped wasting energy on what I couldn't control and started appreciating what each stage of life offers. My 70s have been more peaceful than my 40s because I'm finally working with my nature instead of against it." The second remembrance continues, "I am of the nature to have ill health." There is no way to escape ill health. This doesn't mean you shouldn't take care of yourself or seek medical treatment when needed. It means recognizing that perfect health is temporary and that your body will experience various forms of dysfunction, discomfort, and disease throughout its lifetime. This understanding can actually improve your health because it reduces the stress that comes from demanding physical perfection from an inherently imperfect system. When illness arrives, a cold, an injury, a chronic condition, a serious diagnosis, you can meet it as an unwelcome surprise that shouldn't be happening, or as a natural part of having a human body. The second approach doesn't eliminate physical discomfort. but it removes the additional layer of mental suffering that comes from believing your body has betrayed you. Illness becomes something to work with skillfully, rather than something to rage against helplessly. The third remembrance is perhaps the most challenging. I am of the nature to die. There is no way to escape death. Every person who has ever lived has died or will die. This includes you, though your mind probably recoils from fully accepting this fact. Death isn't a distant possibility, but a present reality. You're dying right now, just very slowly. This sounds morbid until you realize it's actually liberating. When you truly accept your mortality, priorities become crystal clear. Petty resentments lose their grip because you realize how little time you have for grudges. Fear of embarrassment diminishes because you understand that everyone's opinion of you will eventually be irrelevant. The urge to postpone joy, love, creativity, or authentic expression weakens because you recognize that someday will never come. There is only today. A hospice worker observed how differently people approach life when death becomes imminent. Those facing terminal illness often become more alive than they've ever been. They stop worrying about what others think and start saying what they really feel. They let go of complicated grudges and focus on simple connections. They find profound meaning in experiences that seemed ordinary before, watching sunrise, holding hands, tasting food mindfully. Death teaches them what life is actually about. The fourth remembrance addresses love and loss. All that is dear to me and everyone I love are of the nature to change. There is no way to escape being separated from them. Everyone you cherish will either die before you or you will die before them. Every relationship will end in some form of goodbye. This reality can break your heart or open it, depending on how you receive the teaching. Understanding impermanence doesn't diminish love, it intensifies it. When you know that your time with someone is limited, you're more likely to be present during the time you have. Arguments lose their urgency when you remember that this conversation might be among your last with this person. Appreciation increases when you recognize that nothing you love is permanent. The very fragility of relationships makes them more precious, not less. Rather than avoiding deep connections because they'll eventually end, you can love fully precisely because they'll end. A flower's beauty isn't diminished by its brief blooming season. The temporary nature of its beauty is part of what makes it so moving. Similarly, the temporary nature of human relationships is part of what makes love so profound and meaningful. The fifth remembrance brings everything into practical focus. My actions are my only true belongings. I cannot escape the consequences of my actions. You came into this world with nothing except the capacity to choose how to respond to what you encounter. You'll leave with nothing except the consequences of how you've used that capacity. Everything else, possessions, achievements, even relationships, belongs to the temporary realm of having rather than the permanent realm of being. This doesn't mean material things don't matter or that achievements are meaningless. It means recognizing what ultimately defines your existence, the quality of presence you've brought to your experiences, the kindness or cruelty you've expressed, the wisdom or ignorance you've cultivated. These inner qualities are what you actually are, while everything else is what you temporarily have. A businessman who survived a heart attack described how this remembrance changed his priorities. I realized I'd been measuring my life by my net worth instead of my actual worth. Money, status, possessions, none of that would matter when I was dying. But how I'd treated people, whether I'd been honest, whether I'd contributed something meaningful to the world, that's what would remain when everything else fell away. I started living as if my character was my only real asset, because it is. These remembrances work together to create what Buddhist teachers call spiritual urgency, not frantic rushing but clear prioritization based on what actually matters. Time becomes precious when you remember it's finite. Relationships deepen when you acknowledge their temporary nature. Actions become more thoughtful when you recognize their lasting consequences. Life becomes more vivid when you stop taking it for granted. Regular contemplation of death also dissolves many forms of anxiety that plague modern life. Career setbacks feel less catastrophic when you remember that all careers eventually end. Social embarrassment loses its sting when you recognize that everyone's attention will eventually be directed elsewhere permanently. Financial worries become more manageable when you remember that you can't take money with you anyway. This practice isn't about becoming depressed or nihilistic. It's about gaining perspective that allows you to engage life more fully, rather than spending precious time and energy on what ultimately doesn't matter. People who regularly contemplate mortality often report feeling more alive, not less, more grateful for simple pleasures, more motivated to express love, more willing to take meaningful risks. Different spiritual traditions have developed various practices around death contemplation. Some involve visiting graveyards or meditating in the presence of corpses. Others include visualizing your own death in detail or imagining your funeral and what people might say about how you lived. But the essence is simply remembering regularly that this life is temporary and using that remembrance to inform your choices. A simple daily practice involves asking yourself each morning, if this were my last day alive, how would I want to spend it? Not in terms of grand adventures or bucket list experiences, but in terms of presence, kindness, and authenticity. How would you speak to your family? How would you treat strangers? What would feel most important to accomplish? These questions naturally guide you toward living in alignment with your deepest values. The remembrances also prepare you for the actual process of dying, whether your own or that of loved ones. When death stops being an abstract concept and becomes an accepted reality, you can approach it with more peace and less terror. Dying becomes transition rather than termination, a natural completion rather than a tragic interruption. This acceptance doesn't eliminate grief, but it prevents the additional suffering that comes from fighting against what cannot be prevented. Medical professionals who work with dying patients often notice that those who've contemplated mortality during their healthy years tend to die with more peace and dignity. They've already made friends with death as a concept, so they can focus on the practical and emotional work of letting go, rather than being paralyzed by shock and denial. They've used their awareness of impermanence to live more fully, so they have fewer regrets when life's end approaches. Tonight, as you settle into sleep, itself a nightly practice of letting go and trusting the unknown, let these remembrances settle gently into your consciousness. Feel how acknowledging life's fragility actually makes it more precious rather than more frightening. Notice how accepting mortality creates space for deeper appreciation of this moment, this breath, this opportunity to be alive and aware. The 5 remembrances aren't meant to make you morbid, but to make you present. They're not designed to create fear, but to dissolve the illusions that create unnecessary anxiety. When you truly accept what cannot be changed, all your energy becomes available for what can be influenced, the quality of love you offer, the kindness you express, the wisdom you cultivate, and the presence you bring to whatever time remains. Rest in this understanding and let it guide you toward living each day as the unrepeatable gift it actually is. Have you ever watched a child's kaleidoscope and marveled at how random pieces of colored glass suddenly arrange themselves into perfect symmetrical patterns? One small turn of the tube and chaos becomes beauty. Fragments become wholeness. Scattered elements reveal an underlying order that was always there but temporarily hidden. This is the essence of what Tibetan Buddhism calls the Mandala principle, the recognition that beneath apparent chaos lies a sacred geometry, a hidden harmony that organizes all existence. The word mandala means circle or completion in Sanskrit, but it points to something far more profound than geometric shapes. A mandala is a living map of reality that reveals how all parts relate to the whole, how every element has its proper place within the larger pattern, how seeming disorder actually serves a deeper order that the mind cannot always perceive. Life itself is a mandala, complex, dynamic, sometimes appearing random, but ultimately guided by an intelligence that weaves everything into sacred design. Traditional Tibetan monks spend weeks creating intricate sand mandalas, placing millions of colored grains into elaborate geometric patterns with extraordinary precision and patience. Each section represents different aspects of enlightened consciousness, various levels of reality, specific qualities of wisdom and compassion. The process itself becomes meditation, focused attention, collaborative effort, dedication to something beautiful and meaningful. Then, in a ceremony that often moves observers to tears, the monks sweep the entire creation away, pouring the mixed sand into flowing water. This destruction isn't vandalism but teaching. The mandala's true purpose isn't to create a permanent artwork, but to demonstrate the impermanent nature of all forms, while pointing toward the eternal principles they represent. The pattern may dissolve, but the understanding it conveyed remains. The physical mandala disappears, but the consciousness that created it has been transformed through the process. Beauty serves awakening, then gracefully releases its temporary form. Your own life follows this same mandala principle. What feels like random events, disconnected experiences, and meaningless suffering often reveals its deeper pattern only when viewed from a wider perspective. The job loss that seemed devastating led to the career that actually fits your nature. The relationship that ended painfully created space for the love that truly nourishes you. The illness that frightened you taught you what health really means. The mandala of your existence arranges itself through time, each experience finding its proper place within the larger design. This doesn't mean everything happens for a reason in some predetermined way, or that suffering is justified by eventual benefits. The mandala principle is more subtle and practical than that. It suggests that consciousness naturally seeks balance, wholeness, and integration, even through difficult experiences that seem to fragment or wound you. Your psyche works like a self-organizing system, gradually arranging experiences into patterns that serve growth and healing, though this process often operates below the threshold of conscious awareness. A woman reflecting on her life's major transitions noticed this organizing principle at work. I spent years feeling like my life was falling apart repeatedly. Divorce, career changes, health challenges, family crises. But when I looked back from my 60s, I could see how each apparent breakdown actually broke me open to something I couldn't have discovered otherwise. The failures taught me resilience. The losses taught me what truly mattered. The chaos taught me to find peace within uncertainty. My life looked like random suffering from inside the experiences, but from a distance, it revealed a pattern of gradual awakening. The mandala principle operates at every scale of existence. Ecosystems appear chaotic until you understand how predator and prey relationships, seasonal cycles, and resource distribution create dynamic balance. Weather systems seem random until you recognize the larger patterns of air pressure, temperature gradients, and planetary rotation that govern atmospheric behavior. Even your thoughts and emotions, which feel so unpredictable and personal, follow patterns that serve the larger mandala of psychological integration and spiritual development. Sacred order doesn't mean rigid structure or predetermined outcomes. It's more like the organizing principle in jazz improvisation, musicians playing spontaneously within a harmonic framework that gives their creativity both freedom and coherence. The mandala provides the underlying structure while allowing infinite variation in how that structure expresses itself through time and circumstance. This understanding transforms how you meet difficulty and uncertainty. Instead of demanding that life conform to your limited perspective on how things should unfold, you can trust the larger intelligence that's always working to create balance and wholeness. This doesn't make you passive. You still make choices, take action, and respond to challenges. But your efforts arise from cooperation with life's natural patterns rather than opposition to them. The center of a mandala remains stable, while the outer elements move and change. Similarly, developing a stable center within yourself allows you to remain grounded while life's circumstances shift around you. This center isn't something you create through effort, but something you discover through stillness, the unchanging awareness that observes all change without being disturbed by it. Regular meditation, contemplation, or simply moments of quiet presence help you remember this center when outer conditions become turbulent. Relationships reveal mandala principles beautifully. What appears to be conflict or incompatibility between people often serves the larger pattern of mutual growth and understanding. Differences in personality, values, or communication styles create creative tension that can lead to greater wholeness for everyone involved. The key is learning to see beyond surface-level friction toward the deeper function these differences serve in the mandala of relationship. A couple who almost divorced after years of arguments discovered this principle during counseling. We kept trying to eliminate our differences because we thought they proved we were incompatible. But our therapist helped us see how my caution balanced his impulsiveness, how his spontaneity freed up my rigidity, how our different perspectives actually created a more complete way of navigating life together. We learned to work with our differences as complementary parts of a larger pattern, rather than opposing forces that needed to be resolved. Cultural and historical patterns also follow mandala principles. What seems like chaos in current events often serves larger movements toward balance, justice, or evolution that span generations. Social movements arise when imbalances become unsustainable. New technologies emerge when consciousness is ready to integrate new possibilities. Spiritual teachings resurface when humanity needs reminding of forgotten wisdom. Individual lives participate in these larger mandalas without necessarily seeing the complete pattern. The mandala principle doesn't ask you to understand everything or see the big picture clearly. It invites you to trust that your part in the larger pattern matters, even when you can't perceive how your actions fit into the whole. Like a musician playing one instrument in a vast orchestra, you can focus on playing your part with skill and presence, while trusting that your contribution serves the larger symphony. Creativity flows more naturally when you align with mandala principles. Instead of forcing artistic expression through willpower or struggling against creative blocks, you can trust that inspiration emerges from the same organizing intelligence that creates galaxies and grows trees. Your role becomes creating conditions for creativity to arise, regular practice, patient attention, willingness to experiment, rather than demanding specific results on a particular timeline. Health and healing also follow mandala patterns. Physical symptoms often serve the larger mandala of bringing attention to imbalances that need addressing, not just in the body, but in lifestyle, relationships, or life direction. Emotional difficulties frequently point toward aspects of your nature that need integration or expression. Even mental confusion can serve the sacred order by breaking down outdated ways of thinking to make space for new understanding. The mandala principle teaches patience with processes that unfold according to their own timing, rather than your preferences. Seeds germinate when soil conditions are right, not when you want vegetables. Relationships deepen through shared experiences over time, not through forced intimacy. Wisdom emerges through lived experience and reflection, not through reading about it. Trusting natural timing often accomplishes more than pushing against it. Financial abundance and career satisfaction also reveal mandala patterns when approached with patience and wisdom. Instead of chasing money or success through strategies that contradict your nature, you can trust that aligning your work with your authentic gifts creates the conditions for natural prosperity. This doesn't guarantee easy wealth, but often leads to more sustainable and fulfilling ways of supporting yourself while contributing meaningfully to the world. As you prepare for sleep tonight, consider your own life as a mandala still in the process of creation. The experiences you've had, the relationships you've formed, the challenges you've faced, all of these are colored grains of sand being arranged into a pattern that serves your awakening and the awakening of those around you. Some parts of the pattern are clear to you now, others remain mysterious, but trust that nothing is wasted in the sacred geometry of your existence. Rest in the understanding that you don't need to control or even comprehend the mandala of your life. Your task is to participate consciously and lovingly in its creation, bringing presence and care to whatever role you're playing in each moment. The same intelligence that guides planets in their orbits and seasons in their cycles is also guiding your unique path toward wholeness, healing, and service to the greater mandala of all existence. Let this trust settle into your bones as you drift towards sleep, knowing that even your rest serves the sacred order, contributing to the larger rhythm of activity and restoration that moves through all life. Beneath every language barrier, cultural difference, and ideological divide lies something that every human being understands without translation: the quality of genuine care. A mother's gentle touch with a frightened child speaks the same message in every culture. An old man offering his seat to someone struggling with heavy bags communicates kindness that needs no words. A stranger's smile during a difficult moment reaches across all boundaries of race, religion, and nationality. This is compassion, the universal language that connects all beings at the level of the heart. Buddhist teachings recognize compassion not as mere sentiment, but as a fundamental force of nature, like gravity or electromagnetism. Just as physical laws govern how objects interact in space, compassion governs how consciousness naturally responds to suffering when it's not blocked by fear, judgment, or self-centeredness. A child instinctively wants to comfort a crying playmate. Adults feel moved to help during natural disasters, even when victims are strangers from distant countries. This impulse toward care isn't learned behavior, but the authentic expression of our interconnected nature. The Dalai Lama often speaks of compassion as humanity's shared religion, the common ground that unites believers and atheists, scientists and mystics, people of every background and belief system. While we may disagree about metaphysics, politics, or lifestyle choices, we all understand the experience of suffering and the relief that comes when someone responds to that suffering with genuine care. This shared understanding creates a bridge across every divide that human minds create between us and them. True compassion begins with yourself, not because self-care is selfish, but because you cannot offer others something you don't possess. The way you speak to yourself in moments of failure, disappointment, or confusion becomes the template for how you'll relate to others' struggles. If your inner voice is harsh and critical, that harshness will leak into your interactions, no matter how good your intentions. But when you learn to meet your own imperfections with kindness, that same gentle strength becomes available for everyone you encounter. A nurse working in a busy emergency room discovered this principle during an especially challenging shift. After making a medication error that could have seriously harmed a patient, she spent hours berating herself with thoughts she would never direct toward a colleague who made the same mistake. Her supervisor noticed her distress and gently asked, "Would you speak to your best friend the way you're speaking to yourself right now?" This question opened her eyes to the cruelty of her inner dialogue. As she learned to treat her own mistakes with the same compassion she offered patience, her effectiveness at work actually improved because she was no longer wasting energy on self-attack. Compassion works differently than pity or sympathy because it doesn't create distance between the one who suffers and the one who cares. Pity looks down from a position of imagined superiority. How sad that they have to go through that. Sympathy feels bad along with someone. I feel terrible about your situation. But compassion recognizes the shared humanity in suffering. I understand this kind of pain because I too have experienced difficulty. This recognition creates connection rather than separation, strength rather than overwhelm. The practice of compassion transforms both the giver and receiver in ways that seem almost magical until you understand how consciousness actually works. When you offer genuine care to another being, you're not depleting some limited resource of kindness. You're connecting with an inexhaustible source of love that exists within awareness itself. The more you access this source, the more available it becomes. Like a muscle that grows stronger with use, your capacity for compassion expands each time you choose care over indifference, understanding over judgment. Animals demonstrate this universal language, perhaps more clearly than humans, because they haven't learned to complicate care with concepts and conditions. A dog doesn't withhold affection until its owner deserves it or meets certain criteria. Dolphins have been observed helping injured members of other species. Even fierce animals often show surprising gentleness with their young, and sometimes with other vulnerable creatures. This instinctive care reveals compassion as a basic feature of consciousness rather than a sophisticated human achievement. Working with difficult people becomes easier when you remember that their challenging behavior usually stems from unhealed pain rather than inherent badness. The angry customer at the store might be dealing with loss or stress you know nothing about. The critical family member might be protecting themselves from vulnerability the only way they know how. This understanding doesn't excuse harmful behavior or eliminate the need for appropriate boundaries, but it allows you to respond from wisdom rather than react from hurt. A teacher working with challenging students learned to ask herself a simple question when faced with disruptive behavior. What kind of pain might be driving this action? This shift in perspective transformed her classroom. Instead of taking misconduct personally or responding with punishment alone, she began addressing the underlying needs that inappropriate behavior was attempting to meet. Students felt seen and understood rather than judged and rejected, which naturally led to more cooperation and less acting out. Compassion also serves as practical wisdom in navigating complex social and political situations. When you can recognize the legitimate concerns underneath positions you disagree with, dialogue becomes possible, even across significant ideological differences. People who feel heard and understood are more likely to listen in return, while those who feel attacked or dismissed tend to become more entrenched in their views. Compassion doesn't require agreement, but it creates the conditions where mutual understanding can emerge. The practice extends to how you relate to the planet itself and all its inhabitants. Environmental care flows naturally from recognizing the earth as your extended body, rather than a resource to be exploited. Conservation becomes an expression of love rather than a burden imposed by obligation. Even your relationship with plants, animals, and ecosystems can be guided by the same compassionate awareness you bring to human relationships. Forgiveness reveals itself as a form of compassion when you understand it correctly. Rather than excusing harmful behavior or pretending wrongdoing didn't happen, forgiveness recognizes that holding resentment only perpetuates suffering for everyone involved. It's not about the other person deserving forgiveness, but about freeing yourself from the poison of ongoing anger. This doesn't always lead to reconciliation, but it always leads to greater peace for the one who forgives. Economic systems and social structures can also be evaluated through the lens of compassion. Policies that recognize the interdependence of all community members tend to create more stability and prosperity than those based on competition and scarcity. Businesses that prioritize employee well-being often discover greater productivity and innovation than those that treat workers as expendable resources. Compassion proves to be not just morally superior, but practically effective in creating conditions where everyone can thrive. The language of compassion speaks through presence as much as through words or actions. Sometimes the most powerful care you can offer is simply staying present with someone's pain rather than rushing to fix, explain, or minimize it. Your willingness to witness difficulty without turning away communicates safety and acceptance that can be more healing than any advice or solution. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider how you might speak this universal language more fluently in your daily life. Not through grand gestures or perfect responses, but through the simple willingness to meet each moment with an open heart rather than a defended mind. Every interaction offers an opportunity to choose care over indifference, understanding over judgment, connection over separation. Compassion is not something you have to learn from scratch, but something you need to remember and trust. It's already flowing through you as naturally as breath or blood, waiting to be expressed whenever you stop blocking it with fear or self-protection. Rest in this understanding and let it guide your dreams toward a world where this universal language is spoken fluently by all beings. Here we are, at the end of this gentle journey through ancient wisdom that has guided seekers toward peace for over 2 millennia. You've traveled from the initial invitation to trust through the depths of surrender and emptiness, across the landscapes of interconnection and compassion, arriving finally at this moment of quiet integration. Nothing you've heard tonight was foreign to your deepest nature. These teachings simply reminded you of what you've always known but sometimes forgotten. The Buddhist path isn't about becoming someone different, but about remembering who you've always been beneath the layers of conditioning, fear, and forgetting. Your Buddha nature was never lost, only temporarily obscured like the sun behind passing clouds. Every breath you take, every moment of presence you offer, every choice of kindness over reactivity, is that nature expressing itself naturally. Take with you what serves your awakening, and let the rest dissolve like morning mist. Perhaps it's the understanding that surrender is strength, not weakness. Maybe it's the recognition that your suffering and healing are intimately connected to everyone else's. or simply the remembrance that this present moment is the only place where life can actually be touched and peace can be found. You don't need to carry these teachings as beliefs or concepts to memorize. Let them sink into your bones as felt understanding, as a new way of moving through the world with greater ease and wisdom. Trust that what you need will remain with you, emerging naturally when circumstances call for it. As you drift towards sleep, rest in the knowing that you are already whole, already free, already home. The peace you were seeking through all your searching was never anywhere else but here, in the simple awareness that has been listening all along. Let this truth hold you through the night and guide you gently into tomorrow's fresh possibilities for awakening. You are not alone in this journey. Countless beings across time have walked this path of awakening.